Before we dive into this chilling story, make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, and tell us in the comments which city you're watching from. Your support helps us bring more real and spine-tingling accounts to life. It was late afternoon, and the forest stretched out before me like a living labyrinth, its golden canopy glowing under the dimming sun. The air was cool, crisp, the kind that clings to your lungs and makes every breath feel fresher, sharper. This time of year, Cuyahoga Valley National Park was at its most beautiful and its most dangerous. I've been a park ranger here for 10 years, long enough to know every trail, every hidden nook, every shifting mood of the sprawling woodland, or at least that's what I used to believe. Today, something felt off. There was a tension in the air, like a taut string ready to snap, though I couldn't quite place why. The forest had a way of playing with your senses, especially when you were alone. As I trudged along the winding trail, leaves crunched under my boots, echoing in the otherwise silent expanse. A squirrel darted across my path, its sudden movement causing my hand to instinctively hover near my radio. I chuckled to myself, trying to shake off the unease. Being out here alone could do that to you, make you jump at shadows. But today felt different. It wasn't just the typical quiet of the woods. It was a heavy, watchful silence. I tried to distract myself by focusing on the scenery. The late autumn sun filtered through the treetops, casting long shadows that seemed to sway and dance with the wind. It was beautiful, no doubt, but there was a coldness creeping in with the approaching evening. I could see my breath puff out in little clouds as I exhaled. That's when the call came through. "James, this is Base. We've got a situation at the South Trail near Willow Creek. A little girl, 8 years old, missing from her parents. They last saw her about 15 minutes ago." I felt my heart rate spike, though my voice remained steady. "Copy that, Base. Heading there now. Any other rangers nearby?" "Negative. You're the closest. Backup is on its way, but they're tied up with an incident near the river trail." "Of course, it never rains, it pours." "Understood. I'll handle it." The radio crackled once more before going silent. I picked up my pace, my boots crunching faster against the leaf-strewn ground. The unease I'd felt earlier now settled into a more familiar feeling. Focused tension. A missing child wasn't something you took lightly, not out here. The park was vast, and once darkness fell, even the most experienced hikers could lose their way. As I made my way toward Willow Creek, I ran through the mental checklist drilled into me over years of experience. Find the parents, get the last known location, look for tracks, keep calm. The last part was key for both me and the parents. Panic only made things worse, but it wasn't always easy to stay calm when a child was missing, especially not in a place like this. By the time I reached the South Trail, the sun had dipped lower, casting an orange hue over the treetops. I spotted the parents immediately, a middle-aged couple standing near a wooden bench, the mother pacing anxiously while the father clutched a crumpled map. Both looked up as I approached, their eyes wide with worry. "Are you James?" the father asked, his voice tight. "That's right," I said, keeping my tone calm and steady. "Tell me what happened." "It was just a short hike," the mother said, her voice trembling. "We were on the trail, and Emily was right behind us. She loves to lag a little, pick up leaves, you know. We heard her giggle, and when we turned around, she was gone." Her voice broke on the last word, and the father put a hand on her shoulder. "How long ago was this?" asked. 15, maybe 20 minutes, the father said. "We thought she was just behind a tree or something, but then we couldn't find her." I nodded, keeping my expression neutral. Inside, I was already calculating the odds. 20 minutes wasn't long, but it was enough time for a child to wander a good distance, especially if she'd left the trail. "Okay, we'll find her. What direction did she go?" "That way." The father pointed toward a narrower path branching off from the main trail. It was less maintained, with thicker underbrush. Not the kind of path you'd want an 8-year-old wandering down alone. I took a deep breath, radioed base to confirm my location, and started down the path. The shadows stretched longer now, and the cold seemed to intensify. The parents trailed behind me at a distance, their hushed whispers barely audible over the rustling leaves. As I walked, I kept my eyes peeled for any sign of Emily. Footprints, broken twigs, anything out of place. But the path ahead seemed undisturbed, save for the usual marks left by small animals. The whispers started faintly at first, so faint I thought it was the wind. "Emily," I called, my voice carrying through the woods. No answer, just the wind and the distant rustling of leaves. Something about the quiet felt unnatural, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I glanced back at the parents, who stood huddled together a few paces behind me. Their expressions mirrored the gnawing fear beginning to build in my gut. I turned back to the path, gripping my flashlight tighter even though the sun had not yet fully set. I couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was watching us from the shadows, and we had only just begun the search. I arrived at the meeting point just as the last golden streaks of daylight were slipping behind the dense tree line. The parents stood near the trailhead, shivering, not from the cold, but from a fear that clung to the air like an unseen fog. The father, a tall man with a worn flannel jacket and mud-caked boots, paced back and forth, his eyes scanning the forest as if willing his daughter to reappear. The mother, shorter and visibly distraught, clutched a small pink backpack to her chest as though it was the only thing anchoring her to reality. "Are you the ranger?" the father asked, his voice tight with suppressed panic. He didn't wait for me to answer before continuing. "She's gone. Emily's gone. We turned around, and she wasn't there. We thought she was right behind us." I nodded, keeping my tone steady. "I'm James. I'm here to help find your daughter. I need you to tell me exactly what happened." The mother took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. "We were hiking the main trail. Emily loves nature. She was fascinated by the leaves, the squirrels, everything. She was walking behind us, picking up leaves, and then," her voice faltered, "we heard her giggle. We thought she was right there. When we turned around, she was gone." I knelt down to her level, keeping my voice calm and clear. "Did she say anything before she disappeared? Did you notice anything unusual?" The mother shook her head. Just the giggle. Sounded different, like it echoed. Her words stirred something inside me, an unease I tried to suppress. I'd heard too many stories about strange happenings in these woods. Whispers of old spirits, legends of people vanishing without a trace. I didn't believe in those tales, at least not officially. But standing here, with the sun dipping lower and shadows stretching long and dark across the forest floor, I couldn't help but feel their weight. "All right," I said, rising to my feet. "We'll find her. I'm gonna start by retracing your steps. Stay here, keep your phones close, and don't wander off. I'll radio for backup." I didn't want to alarm them further, but I knew time wasn't on our side. The temperature was dropping fast, and once night fell, the forest would become an entirely different place. Cold, dark, and disorienting. I radioed the main station, reporting the situation and requesting additional rangers. But a garbled reply informed me they were tied up with another search on the far side of the park. It was up to me for now. As I set off down the trail, I kept my flashlight low, scanning the ground for any signs of disturbance. My boots crunched softly on the leaf-strewn path, and the smell of damp earth filled the air. I had walked this trail dozens of times before, but tonight it felt different, as though the forest was holding its breath, waiting. About 10 minutes in, I found the spot where the parents must have turned around. Small footprints veered slightly off the main trail toward a cluster of trees. I followed them, stepping carefully over twisted roots and scattered branches. The footprints were faint, but they were definitely Emily's. Small, sneaker-shaped impressions in the soft earth. "Emily," I called out, my voice cutting through the stillness. Only silence answered, broken by the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. I listened closely, hoping for any sound. A cry, a movement, anything. But the woods remained eerily quiet. I moved deeper into the trees, following the faint trail of footprints until they suddenly stopped near a large oak tree. I scanned the area with my flashlight, noting nothing out of place except for a single, vibrant red leaf resting on the ground where the trail ended. It wasn't a season for red leaves in this part of the valley. Most had turned shades of yellow and brown. I knelt to examine the leaf, and that's when I heard it. A faint giggle carried on the wind. It was soft, distant, but unmistakable. I snapped my head up, scanning the darkening forest. "Emily," I called again, my voice firmer this time. The giggle didn't come again. The unease I'd been pushing aside crept back in, stronger than before. I tapped my radio. "James to base. I think I have a trail." Still no sign of the girl. The static-filled reply was barely audible, but it didn't matter. I had to keep moving. As I rose to my feet, I felt the first true chill of the night settle in. Somewhere in the back of my mind, a small voice whispered that this wasn't going to be a normal search. Something about this felt wrong, as though the forest itself was hiding something. But I didn't have time for doubts. A little girl was out there somewhere, and I was her only hope. I tightened my grip on the flashlight, took a steadying breath, and plunged deeper into the waiting woods. I met the parents near the Maple Grove trailhead, where they huddled together, clinging to each other like driftwood in a stormy sea. Their faces were pale, eyes wide with panic. The mother clutched Emily's tiny pink backpack as if it were her lifeline. The father paced anxiously, fists clenched and jaw tight. I could see they were on the edge of falling apart. "She was right behind us," the father stammered. "One moment she was there, the next..." He gestured helplessly toward the trail that disappeared into the dense forest ahead. "Did you hear or see anything unusual before she went missing?" I asked, keeping my voice calm, professional. The mother nodded, her hands trembling as she spoke. There was a sound, a kind of giggle. We thought it was Emily playing, but when we turned around, she was gone. A chill crawled up my spine at her words, but I shook it off. Children get lost in parks all the time. It's frightening, sure, but usually they're found within an hour or two. Still, something about the way she described that giggle made me uneasy. "We'll find her," I promised, even as a part of me wondered if this would be different. I radioed in for backup, but the dispatcher informed me that they were tied up with another emergency in a different section of the park. I was on my own for now. I began following the trail, flashlight in hand, scanning for any sign of Emily. The late afternoon sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the ground. The forest, so familiar to me, suddenly felt larger, more menacing. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig seemed magnified, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. About 50 yards in, I spotted something small and pink caught on a thorny bush. Emily's scarf. I carefully untangled it and called out her name. "Emily, it's James. I'm here to help you. If you can hear me, call out." No response, just the steady whisper of the wind threading through the trees. I continued along the trail, my eyes sharp for any further clues. The parents had said Emily was only a few steps behind them when she vanished. That meant she couldn't have gone far, unless something lured her off the path. After a few more minutes of walking, the trail forked unexpectedly. I frowned. This part of the park didn't usually confuse me. I knew it like the back of my hand. But standing there, staring at the two diverging paths, I felt a strange sense of disorientation. The left path was more worn, likely the main route. The right path, though overgrown and less traveled, had faint signs of disturbance. Broken twigs, scuffed leaves. It was as if someone small had wandered that way. I hesitated, instinctively wanting to take the main path, but something about the right trail tugged at me. Against my better judgment, I followed the overgrown path. The trees closed in tighter here, branches clawing at my jacket as I pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the sounds of the forest seemed to dim, as though muffled by an unseen hand. "Emily," I called again, my voice sounding strangely distant in the quiet. Still nothing. I pressed on, hoping to find another clue. As I moved deeper into the woods, the uneasy feeling from earlier crept back in, stronger this time. The shadows seemed thicker, darker, as if they carried a weight of their own. That's when I heard it. A soft, faint giggle. My heart skipped a beat. I stopped in my tracks, straining to hear more. The sound came again, this time from deeper within the trees, almost playful, like a child hiding and waiting to be found. "Emily," I called, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's okay, you're not in trouble. Just come out so I can take you back to your parents." Silence. I waited a moment longer, then started toward where I thought the sound had come from. The undergrowth grew thicker, making it harder to move quickly. Thorns scraped my hands and snagged my pants, but I ignored them. My mind was focused on that giggle, on finding Emily before nightfall. As I pushed forward, a strange sensation washed over me. It was as if the air had grown heavier, pressing down on my chest. I've been in these woods countless times, but this felt different. Wait, I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stay calm. Fear wouldn't help me find her. Then I saw it. A small clearing ahead, bathed in the last rays of sunlight. In the center stood a large oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like skeletal arms. Something about the tree felt off, ancient and watchful. I approached cautiously, scanning the ground for any sign of Emily. There, beneath the oak, I spotted another clue. A tiny handprint in the soft earth. My heart pounded as I knelt to examine it. It was fresh, unmistakably a child's. I was close. I had to be. "Emily, if you can hear me, stay where you are. I'm coming to get you," I said, my voice firmer now, more determined. But as I rose to continue, a sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, rustling the leaves and sending a shiver down my spine. The giggle came again, but this time it sounded farther away, deeper into the woods. My pulse quickened. Was she moving, or was something leading me away? I couldn't stop now, not when I was so close. Clenching my jaw, I tightened my grip on the flashlight and stepped beyond the oak, into the deeper shadows of the forest. And with each step, the whispering woods seemed to close in tighter around me. The woods had grown eerily quiet, the only sound my steady breathing and the crunch of leaves beneath my boots. It was the kind of silence that gnaws at your nerves, pressing down on you like an invisible weight. Even the birds, usually my companions during these evening patrols, seemed to have vanished. As I continued along the trail, a strange sensation prickled at the back of my neck, a feeling I had learned to trust over the years. It wasn't fear exactly, but something primal, a warning buried deep in my instincts. I paused for a moment, shining my flashlight ahead. The beam sliced through the fading light, illuminating the dense underbrush and towering trees. Nothing moved, but the shadows seemed thicker, almost alive. "Emily," I called out again, my voice echoing slightly. The sound felt small, swallowed up by the vastness of the forest. That's when I heard it, soft at first, barely perceptible. A whisper, carried on the wind. I turned sharply, aiming the flashlight toward the source, but all I saw were trees and shadows stretching endlessly into the distance. The whisper came again, this time clear. It wasn't the wind. It sounded human, faint, like a voice from far away. "Emily," I called again, my voice a little shakier now. No response, only the whisper, circling around me, seeming to shift locations with each breath of wind. I told myself it was nothing more than my mind playing tricks. It wasn't uncommon for the woods to feel disorienting at dusk. Shadows shifted with the light, Sounds echoed strangely, and nerves could turn ordinary things into something far worse. But no matter how much I tried to reason it away, the unease gnawed at me. I pressed forward, keeping a steady pace but staying alert. My flashlight caught glimpses of the undergrowth, the occasional twisted branch casting long skeletal shadows. I tried to focus on the task at hand, finding Emily. She had to be somewhere nearby, lost, scared, but safe. That's what I told myself. She was safe. But as I moved deeper into the forest, the whispers grew more persistent, as if they were following me, circling just beyond the edge of the light. I stopped again, gripping the flashlight tightly, and strained to listen. The sound wasn't random. It had a rhythm to it, almost like someone speaking in low, hurried tones. My radio crackled to life, breaking the tension. James? Any sign of her? It was Mike, another ranger stationed a few miles away. I fumbled with the radio for a second before answering. No, not yet, but I think I might be getting close. I keep hearing something, but I can't see anything. There was a pause on the other end before Mike responded, his voice carrying a hint of concern. You okay out there? It's getting dark fast. Yeah, I'm fine, I said, though I wasn't entirely sure if that was true. Just keep the team on standby. I'll call if I find anything. I clipped the radio back to my belt and took a deep breath, forcing myself to focus. The whispers had stopped when the radio crackled, but now they were back, louder and more insistent. I moved forward cautiously, scanning the area with my flashlight. Every step felt heavier, as though the forest itself was resisting my presence. Then something caught my eye, a flicker of movement to my left. I swung the flashlight toward it, heart pounding. But it wasn't a person. It was a cluster of branches, their twisted shapes casting long shadows that looked disturbingly human-like. Damn it, I muttered under my breath, trying to steady myself. The whispers continued, growing more distinct. I couldn't make out the words, but it sounded like multiple voices, all speaking at once in hushed tones. I tried to tell myself it was just the wind moving through the trees, but deep down, I didn't believe it. I called out one more time, louder this time. Emily, if you can hear me, stay where you are. I'm coming to find you. The forest answered with silence, and then a faint giggle, high-pitched, childlike, and distant. My stomach twisted into a knot. It didn't sound quite right, too soft, too airy, like it wasn't entirely real. The familiar sounds of birds and rustling leaves had faded, replaced by an oppressive silence. Even the air felt thicker, colder. Another whisper drifted through the trees, so faint it was almost a breath against my ear. I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart hammering so loudly I was sure it would give me away. This time the whisper carried something else, a word. My name. James? I spun around again, my flashlight beam slicing through the darkness. Nothing, only trees and shadows. My pulse raced, and for the first time in years, I felt genuine fear clawing at my chest. I gritted my teeth, trying to suppress the rising panic. Stay focused. Find the girl. Get out. But a voice in the back of my mind whispered something far more chilling. What if I wasn't alone out here? And whatever was out here didn't want me to leave. As the sun dipped lower behind the thick canopy of trees, I felt the forest shift. It wasn't just the fading light that made it eerie. It was something more profound. The air grew heavier, colder, pressing against my skin in an almost tangible way. Every step I took made the dry leaves beneath my boots crunch louder than they should have, the sound echoing unnaturally through the woods. I checked my watch. 6:42 p.m. Twilight would soon give way to full darkness. I didn't have much time before visibility would be near zero, and the thought of an 8-year-old girl lost in this vast, shadowy expanse gnawed at me. My flashlight was clipped to my belt, ready for use, but I held off turning it on. I didn't want to admit to myself that night was closing in faster than I'd hoped. I'd been in situations like this before. Lost hikers, kids wandering off from their families, but something about this felt different. The whispers I'd heard earlier still lingered in my mind, as if they were a distant echo refusing to fade away. I told myself it was just the wind threading through the trees, but it didn't feel that way. The trail ahead forked, splitting into two equally worn paths. I knew this area well enough to remember that the right path led to a dead end near a rocky outcrop. The left one would take me deeper into the woods, toward a small creek where kids often liked to play. If Emily had wandered off in that direction, it made sense she might be near the water. "Emily," I called again, my voice cutting through the growing gloom. It felt wrong, too loud, too invasive in the oppressive quiet of the forest. Only silence answered, not even a rustle of leaves or a chirp of birds. The woods were too still, as if holding their breath. I took the left path, quickening my pace. The cold bit at my face, sharper now that the wind had picked up slightly. Shadows stretched longer, darker, as the last rays of sunlight disappeared behind the horizon. The trees seemed to close in around me, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal hands. I tried to shake off the creeping unease gnawing at the edge of my thoughts, focusing instead on the task at hand. "Just keep moving. You'll find her," I muttered under my breath, more to reassure myself than anything else. As I pushed deeper into the woods, the familiar path began to feel foreign. I'd walked this trail countless times during my years as a ranger, but now it felt twisted, as if the forest had shifted while I wasn't looking. The trees pressed in tighter, and the underbrush seemed thicker than it should have been. Then I heard it, a faint sound, barely audible, carried on the wind. It wasn't the whispers this time. It was something else, something that sent a shiver down my spine. "Daddy." The voice was high-pitched and soft, like that of a little girl. My heart skipped a beat. Emily. It had to be her. I turned toward the direction of the sound, my flashlight still off. The dim twilight made it hard to see clearly, but I could make out the vague outline of the forest path stretching ahead. "Emily," I called out, my voice steadier this time, filled with hope. I listened, straining my ears for any response, but the voice didn't come again. Instead, the forest seemed to grow quieter, as if waiting. I took a few steps forward, carefully scanning the area. My instincts told me something was off. The voice had sounded clear, but too distant, almost as if it hadn't originated from a specific point but had been carried from everywhere at once. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the thought. This wasn't the time for second-guessing. Turning on my flashlight, I swept the beam across the trees and bushes. The pale light illuminated the twisted trunks and fallen branches, casting long shadows that danced with each movement. I caught sight of something glinting faintly ahead. Moving closer, I realized it was a small charm bracelet lying on the ground, half buried in the leaves. I picked it up and inspected it under the flashlight's beam. It was silver with tiny charms shaped like animals. A bear, a rabbit, a bird. It matched the description Emily's mother had given me earlier. She'd mentioned it was her favorite bracelet, one she never took off. Emily was here, I whispered to myself, clutching the bracelet tightly. The wind picked up again, colder this time, biting through my jacket. I looked around, suddenly feeling exposed. The forest no longer felt like the familiar place I'd known for years. Felt alive, watching, waiting. Every instinct in my body screamed that something wasn't right. Still, I had to press on. Emily was out here somewhere, and I wasn't about to let her vanish into the woods without a fight. Clutching the bracelet tightly in my hand, I continued down the trail, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the growing darkness. But in the back of my mind, one thought lingered, refusing to be ignored. What if she wasn't alone? I had been down this path 100 times before, at least I thought I had. But as the trees closed in around me and shadows stretched long across the forest floor, something felt off. The trail ahead forked in two directions, though I was sure there had never been a split here before. I stopped, shining my flashlight over the ground. The leaves crunched underfoot as I moved forward, scanning for Emily's footprints. Nothing. My breath came out in clouds in the chilly evening air, and for the first time since starting the search, doubt crept into my mind. Could I be lost? No, I couldn't let myself think that way. I keyed the radio again. This is Ranger James. I've reached a fork in the trail I don't recognize. Still no sign of the girl. Any backup on the way? Static answered me. I waited, tension tightening my grip on the radio. After a few moments, a faint, garbled voice came through, but it was impossible to make out the words. The signal was being disrupted by something, though I didn't know what. Out here, in the middle of nowhere, that wasn't supposed to happen. I tried again. Base, do you read? More static. I gave up, clipping the radio back onto my belt. The air felt thicker somehow, like the forest itself was closing in on me. Every rustle of leaves and crack of a branch made me snap my head around, expecting to see something or someone standing behind me. But there was nothing, only the dark outlines of trees and the quiet murmur of wind in the branches. I tried to steady my breathing. The last thing I needed was to let fear cloud my judgment. I glanced at the fork again, weighing my options. Both paths looked equally worn, equally deserted. There were no footprints, no clues to guide me, just shadows and silence. I shined my flashlight down one trail, then the other, hoping for some sign. Nothing. I decided to go left, mostly because it felt right, if that made any sense. As I walked, the ground seemed to shift beneath my feet, as though the earth itself was subtly rearranging. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking in circles, though I was careful to keep track of landmarks. A twisted tree trunk here, a fallen log there. Even so, everything started to look the same. Emily, I called out, my voice echoing through the trees. No answer. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours, and the deeper I went, the more the forest changed. The air grew colder, and the trees seemed older, gnarled branches stretching like skeletal arms overhead. It was as though I had stepped into a different part of the park altogether, one I'd never seen before. That's when I noticed the silence. Not the peaceful, natural kind of silence you'd expect in the woods, but an unnatural stillness, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. No birds, no insects, not even the wind. Just my own footsteps crunching on the leaf-covered ground. And then I heard it. A faint sound, distant but unmistakable. A giggle, high-pitched and playful, like a child's laugh carried on the wind. Emily, I called, my voice suddenly hoarse. I moved toward the sound, my heart pounding in my chest. Came again just ahead. I quickened my pace, weaving between trees, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly across the forest floor. The laughter seemed to flit from one direction to another, as if something or someone was leading me deeper into the woods. Emily, stay where you are. I'm coming, I shouted, but the only response was more laughter, echoing from somewhere farther ahead. I stopped, trying to get my bearings, but everything around me felt wrong. The trail had disappeared entirely, replaced by uneven ground and tangled roots. I checked my radio again, but the static was worse now, just a steady, grating hiss that did nothing to calm my nerves. A chill ran down my spine as the realization hit me. I was lost. No, I told myself I wasn't lost. I couldn't afford to be. Emily was out here somewhere, scared and alone, and I was her only chance. I forced myself to keep moving, each step feeling heavier than the last. But the deeper I went, the more that strange sense of familiarity crept over me, as if I had been here before, though I knew I hadn't. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me, but there was only darkness. The laughter had stopped, replaced once again by that eerie silence. For the first time since I'd become a park ranger, I felt truly, deeply afraid. I didn't know what was out there in the woods with me, But I knew one thing for sure. It wasn't just the girl I was chasing anymore. Something else was leading me, guiding me farther and farther from the safety of the trail. Something that didn't want me to leave. The deeper I ventured into the woods, the more the world seemed to shift around me. Familiar landmarks blurred into strange shapes, and the air grew unnaturally cold for an autumn evening. My flashlight's beam cut through the growing darkness, illuminating a narrow, winding path ahead. The whispers I had been hearing earlier were gone now, replaced by an eerie silence, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Then, suddenly, I heard it. A faint cry, distant and barely discernible over the sound of my own breathing. I froze, heart pounding in my chest, straining to hear it again. "Emily," I called out, my voice echoing through the dense trees. No response, just the rustle of leaves in the wind. I stood there, gripping the radio in one hand and the flashlight in the other, my senses on high alert. The cry had sounded real, desperate even, and it was so faint, almost like a ghost of a sound carried on the wind. I knew I couldn't ignore it. If there was even the slightest chance it was Emily, I had to follow it. Taking a deep breath, I moved forward, my boots crunching softly on the forest floor. Every step felt heavier, as if the very earth beneath me resisted my movement. The trees grew denser, their gnarled branches twisting together overhead, forming a canopy that blocked out what little light remained from the setting sun. I stopped again, listening intently, and there it was, the faint cry, this time coming from my left. It sounded closer now, though still distant. I adjusted my path, turning off the main trail and into the thicker brush. My flashlight flickered briefly, and my pulse quickened. "Stay calm, James," I whispered to myself, steadying my nerves. The cry came again, clearer this time, unmistakably a child's voice. Sent a shiver down my spine. I quickened my pace, pushing through the underbrush, branches scraping against my arms and jacket. The cold air stung my face, but I barely noticed. My focus was entirely on that sound, that fragile voice calling out from somewhere in the dark. As I moved deeper into the woods, the terrain grew more uneven. Roots jutted out from the ground like skeletal hands, trying to trip me. The flashlight's beam bounced erratically with each step, casting long shadows that seemed to dance and writhe around me. For a moment, I thought I saw a figure in the distance, small, unmoving. I halted, squinting into the darkness, but when I aimed the light in that direction, there was nothing. My heart raced faster. I didn't want to admit it, but something felt wrong. The forest didn't just feel vast. It felt alive, aware of my presence in a way that defied logic. The air was thick with a tension I couldn't explain, as if I were intruding on something ancient and unknowable. Another cry pierced the silence, this time much louder. It was so clear that I instinctively turned toward the sound and started running. My feet pounded against the uneven ground, my breath coming in rapid bursts as adrenaline coursed through me. But as I ran, something strange happened. The cry seemed to shift, first ahead of me, then to my right, then behind me. It was as if the voice was moving, circling me, leading me deeper into the woods. I slowed to a stop, chest heaving, trying to make sense of what was happening. "Emily," I shouted again, my voice echoing through the forest. "Where are you?" Silence. I turned in a slow circle, shining the flashlight in every direction. The beam illuminated nothing but trees, endless and unyielding. My gut twisted with unease. Something wasn't right. I couldn't explain it, but I felt it in my bones. The forest was playing tricks on me, warping sound and space in ways I couldn't comprehend. And yet I couldn't give up. I couldn't just walk away, not when there was still a chance. No matter how slim, that Emily was out here alone and frightened. I forced myself to take another step forward, then another, following the last direction from which I had heard the cry. As I moved, a strange sensation crept over me. It felt as though I were being watched, not by a person, but by the forest itself. The trees loomed taller, their branches intertwining like skeletal fingers overhead. Shadows shifted at the edges of my vision, just beyond the reach of my flashlight's beam. "Keep it together," I muttered under my breath. Another few steps, and I emerged into a small clearing. The ground was covered in a thick layer of leaves, and the air was noticeably colder here. I paused, scanning the area with my flashlight. No sign of Emily, no sign of anyone, just silence and the faint rustling of leaves in the wind. And then I heard it again, a soft, almost plaintive cry, this time coming from directly ahead. It sounded so close, just beyond the clearing. I tightened my grip on the flashlight and took a cautious step forward. "Emily," I called out one last time, my voice steady but laced with tension. But instead of an answer, the cry faded into the wind, leaving me standing there, alone in the dark, with nothing but the oppressive silence of the woods around me. The silence in the forest became oppressive as I trudged further into the unknown. Every footstep seemed unnaturally loud, echoing in the emptiness around me. I stopped for a moment, gripping my flashlight tightly, its beam carved through the dark, illuminating nothing but more trees, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The air felt heavier here, dense with a strange, palpable tension that gnawed at my nerves. I took a deep breath and tried to steady my racing heart. I reminded myself that fear was my greatest enemy right now. Fear clouds judgment. Fear makes you second-guess yourself. Fear makes you hear things that aren't there. And yet, the whispers persisted. Faint, almost imperceptible. They floated on the wind like a forgotten melody, always just out of reach. It wasn't speech in the traditional sense, more like a chorus of murmurs, blending with the rustle of leaves and the creaking of branches. I couldn't make out any words, but the tone was unmistakable, beckoning, urging me deeper into the woods. I glanced around, hoping for some familiar landmark that might ground me, but nothing looked right. The trees here seemed different, older. Their bark gnarled and darkened as if scorched by time. Even the ground felt wrong beneath my boots, softer, almost hollow. Kneeling down, I brushed aside a layer of fallen leaves. Beneath them lay a network of tangled roots and patches of bare earth. But what caught my attention was the distinct chill that radiated upward. It was as if the ground itself was breathing, exhaling a cold, damp breath that seeped into my skin. I shivered and stood quickly. Something wasn't right. I had patrolled these woods for years, knew every trail and clearing like the back of my hand. But this place felt different, like I had wandered into another world entirely. The radio crackled at my belt, jolting me out of my thoughts. "James, any sign of her?" a voice asked, breaking through the static. It was Mark, one of the backup rangers. "No," I replied, my voice steady despite the unease gnawing at my gut. "But I found a strange patch of woods off the main trail. Something feels off here." "Off how?" Mark's voice was tinged with concern. I hesitated, searching for the right words. "It's hard to explain. The air feels thicker, colder, and the ground, it doesn't feel right." There was a pause on the other end. "You need backup?" "Not yet," I said, forcing confidence into my tone. "I want to check something first. Keep me updated if you hear anything from the other teams." "Will do. Stay safe out there." The radio fell silent, leaving me once again with only the whispers for company. I pushed forward, each step more cautious than the last. The path narrowed, framed by trees whose branches intertwined overhead, forming a canopy that blotted out what little light remained. It felt as though I were walking into a tunnel, a hollow path leading somewhere I wasn't meant to go. The whispers grew louder, not in volume but in presence. They pressed against my mind, filling the silence between my thoughts. I began to notice patterns in them, rhythms that seemed almost deliberate, like a language just beyond comprehension. I shook my head, trying to dispel the growing sense of dread. "Focus, James," I muttered to myself, "Emily needs you." I pressed on, driven by the thought of that little girl, lost and scared somewhere in these dark woods. The ground beneath my feet grew softer still, and I found myself sinking slightly with each step. The sensation was unnerving, as though the earth itself was trying to swallow me whole. Then I saw it. Ahead, partially obscured by the underbrush, was a clearing bathed in an eerie bluish light. The source of the glow wasn't immediately apparent, but it gave the place an otherworldly aura. I approached cautiously, heart pounding in my chest. The clearing was unlike anything I had ever seen. At its center stood a massive oak tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled beyond recognition. Its branches stretched outward like the arms of some ancient, forgotten deity, and from them hung strange, thread-like strands that swayed gently despite the absence of any breeze. I took a step closer, and the ground beneath me groaned. I froze, every instinct screaming at me to turn back, to leave this place behind and never return. But I couldn't, not without Emily. "Emily," I called out, my voice echoing unnaturally in the stillness. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, faintly, from somewhere beyond the great oak, came a sound that sent a chill down my spine. A child's giggle. I gripped the flashlight tighter, my knuckles whitening. "Emily, is that you?" I called again, taking another cautious step forward. The giggle came again, clearer this time, but still distant. It was followed by a whisper, soft and indistinct, but unmistakably my name. "James." Every hair on my body stood on end. My pulse thundered in my ears as I fought the urge to turn and run. Instead, I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stay calm. "I'm coming, Emily. Just hold on," I said, more to myself than to anyone else. I moved closer to the oak, the bluish light casting long, distorted shadows across the ground. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, wrapping around me like a shroud. My steps faltered as doubt gnawed at the edges of my mind. Was this real, or was I walking into something far beyond my understanding? I had no answers. All I knew was that I couldn't turn back now, not when Emily was still out there, somewhere in the dark. The trail had long disappeared behind me, swallowed by the creeping darkness of the forest. Each step I took felt heavier, as if the earth beneath my feet clung to my boots, trying to pull me down. I was deep into uncharted territory now, at least uncharted for me. No map I'd studied or trail I'd patrolled had ever led me here. Every instinct in my body screamed to turn back, but the thought of that little girl, alone and scared out here, pushed me forward. I kept my flashlight pointed ahead, the beam slicing through the thick, cold air. The trees were ancient, their twisted branches reaching overhead like skeletal arms. It was unnaturally quiet. No rustling leaves, no distant calls of nocturnal animals. Just silence, oppressive and suffocating. That's when I saw it. In the distance, partially obscured by the dense underbrush, stood an oak tree unlike any I'd ever seen. Its trunk was massive, easily the width of a small car, and its bark was blackened and gnarled. The branches stretched out in all directions, forming a canopy so thick it blocked out what little moonlight filtered through the forest. Something about it felt wrong, as if it didn't belong here, as if the forest had grown around it, trying to hide it from the world. I hesitated, feeling an inexplicable dread wash over me. But then, as if on cue, I heard it again. A faint voice calling my name. "James?" The voice was soft, barely more than a whisper, but it was unmistakable. It was Emily. My pulse quickened, and I took a step closer to the tree. The voice came again, clearer this time, and I swore it was coming from somewhere near the oak. "Emily?" I called out, my voice echoing eerily in the silence. No response, just the oppressive quiet and the faint rustle of leaves under my boots. I moved closer, scanning the area with my flashlight. The beam illuminated the tree's massive roots, which twisted and curled like the limbs of some ancient creature. Between the roots, the earth was disturbed, as if something had recently passed through. I knelt down, running my fingers over the disturbed soil. It was cold and damp, but what caught my attention was the faint outline of a small footprint. My heart leapt in my chest. It had to be Emily's. She had been here. "Emily," I called again, louder this time. "It's James. I'm here to help you." Still nothing. But as I stood, I noticed something strange. The air around the tree felt colder, heavier. My breath misted in front of me, though it hadn't been that cold just moments ago. I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter around me. Something wasn't right. I circled the tree, keeping my flashlight trained on its trunk. As I moved, I noticed markings etched into the bark. Symbols I didn't recognize, worn and weathered by time. They looked ancient, like something out of a forgotten folklore. The sight of them made my skin crawl. A sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, and with it came a whisper, faint but unmistakable. "James?" It sounded so close, as if someone was standing right behind me. I spun around, flashlight raised, but there was no one there. Just the forest, stretching endlessly in every direction. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. "Get a grip, James," I muttered to myself. "It's just the wind, just your mind playing tricks." But deep down, I knew it was more than that. The whispers, the footprints, the strange symbols. None of it made sense. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something unseen was observing my every move. "Emily?" I tried again, forcing my voice to remain steady. "If you can hear me, please come out. It's safe." The silence stretched on, thick and heavy. I glanced down at the footprint again, trying to gauge its direction. It seemed to lead around the tree, toward a narrow path partially hidden by underbrush. Without hesitation, I pushed through the brush, branches scratching at my arms and face. The path was narrow, barely wide enough for one person, and lined with more of those ancient, twisted trees. Their branches intertwined overhead, forming a tunnel-like canopy. My flashlight flickered, and for a brief moment, I was plunged into darkness. I stopped, heart pounding in my chest. Then the light returned, weak but steady. I pressed on, driven by the desperate hope that I was close. "James?" The whisper came again, this time from ahead. It was clearer now, more distinct. I broke into a run, flashlight bouncing wildly in my hand. The path twisted and turned, and with each step, the sense of dread grew stronger. But I couldn't stop. I had to find her. Finally, I burst into a small clearing. The ground was covered in fallen leaves, and in the center stood another large tree, smaller than the oak but equally ancient. I scanned the area, heart racing. Nothing, no sign of Emily, just the oppressive silence and the faint rustling of leaves in the wind. Defeated, I sank to my knees, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I had been so sure I was close, so sure I had heard her. But now, standing alone in that clearing, I couldn't help but feel that I was chasing shadows. I glanced back the way I had come, but the path was gone. The underbrush had closed in behind me, leaving no trace of the trail. Panic set in as I realized I was completely, utterly lost. And then, from somewhere deep within the forest, I heard it again. "James?" But this time it didn't sound like Emily. It sounded different, older, darker. I rose to my feet, every muscle in my body tense. Whatever was out there, it wasn't Emily, and it was getting closer. The forest around me felt different now, like it had a pulse, a life of its own. Every breath I took seemed to stir something unseen, and the air felt heavier, colder. I tried to steady my hands, but the flashlight's beam trembled, casting jittery shadows that twisted the trees into grotesque shapes. "Emily," I called again, my voice echoing through the dark like a foreign sound, unfamiliar even to me. There was no answer, just the low hum of the wind threading through the branches. But then, faint, distant, I heard it. Help, help. It was her voice. I was sure of it. My heart leapt in my chest, hope rekindling. But alongside it came something else, dread. The voice was too soft, too perfectly placed, as if it didn't belong here, didn't belong in the real world. Still, I couldn't ignore it. I had no choice but to follow. I pushed forward, deeper into the woods, stepping over thick roots and tangled brush. Every few steps, I paused, listening for her voice again, and each time, it sounded from a different direction, luring me further into the unknown. Emily, where are you? Keep talking so I can find you. Nothing, just the whisper of the wind through the branches. I glanced at my compass, but the needle spun erratically, as if caught in some magnetic disturbance. That wasn't possible. I tapped it, shook it, but it was useless. Swallowing my growing unease, I kept moving. Then I saw something ahead, a faint, flickering glow. It looked like a distant lantern, swaying gently in the darkness. Relief flooded me. Maybe another ranger had arrived ahead of me, someone who had found Emily first. I quickened my pace, calling out, "Hen, over here. I'm with the Park Service." No response. The light didn't stop or turn toward me. It simply moved deeper into the woods. I picked up my pace, following the glow, but as I got closer, it began to fade. By the time I reached the spot where I thought I'd seen it, there was nothing but darkness. And then, behind me, soft, fragile, and unmistakable, I heard her voice again. "Help me?" I spun around, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the dark, but all I saw were trees and shadows. My pulse thundered in my ears. Something wasn't right. I wasn't just lost, I was being toyed with. "Emily, keep talking. I'm coming." My voice sounded more desperate than I intended. The silence that followed was deafening, pressing down on me like a weight. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself, trying to think logically. Maybe I was disoriented, tired, and imagining things. Maybe the stress of the search was messing with my mind. But then something caught my eye. A small piece of fabric snagged on a low-hanging branch. I crouched down, heart pounding as I picked it up. It was pink, torn, and frayed at the edges. Emily had been wearing a pink jacket. A surge of adrenaline shot through me. I wasn't imagining things. She had been here, but as I stood, the forest shifted around me, or maybe it was just my perception of it. The path I'd followed moments ago seemed to vanish, replaced by dense undergrowth. The trees felt closer, their trunks crowding in, their bare branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. And then, the voice came again. This time, it was different. It wasn't distant anymore, it was close, too close. "Help me." I froze. It was behind me, right behind me. Slowly, I turned, raising the flashlight. The beam fell on nothing but empty woods. No figure, no movement, just trees standing in eerie silence. That's when I noticed the echoes. The voice didn't just vanish. It lingered, repeating itself softly, as though the trees were holding onto it, playing it back in fragments. The echoes overlapped, creating a haunting chorus that surrounded me. Every instinct I had screamed at me to turn back, to run, but I couldn't. Emily was still out here somewhere. I couldn't leave without her. Forcing my feet to move, I pressed forward again, each step feeling heavier than the last. The echoes faded, replaced by an unsettling silence. No whispers, no wind, just the muffled sound of my own footsteps on the forest floor. And then, just as suddenly as it had stopped, the whispering returned. But now it wasn't just one voice. It was many, overlapping, indistinct, surrounding me on all sides. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but the tone was clear, urgent, insistent, and somehow mocking. "Emily?" I whispered, more to myself than anything else. The whispers didn't answer. They just grew louder, pressing in, filling my ears until I couldn't think straight. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen, caught between fear and hope. Minutes felt like hours, and the darkness seemed to grow thicker, more oppressive. Just when I thought I couldn't take it any longer, the whispers stopped, leaving a ringing silence in their wake. I took a shaky breath, glancing down at the torn fabric still clutched in my hand. Emily had been here, and I wasn't going to give up. Whatever was happening, whatever force was at work in these woods, I had to keep going. I had to find her before it was too late. The forest felt alive in a way I couldn't describe, like it was breathing, watching, waiting. Every step I took seemed to echo too loudly, though the ground beneath me was soft with fallen leaves. My flashlight flickered again, casting long, uneven shadows that danced along the trees. I tried to focus on the path ahead, but my mind kept circling back to the faint glimpses I thought I'd seen. A small figure, darting between the trees, just out of reach. I clenched my radio, trying to push down the growing knot of anxiety in my chest. "Emily," I called out again, my voice wavering despite my effort to stay calm. Silence followed, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves overhead. I forced myself to take a deep breath. Panic wouldn't help either of us. Then, just as I was about to move forward, I saw it. A flash of something pale through the thick underbrush. My heart leapt into my throat. It could have been anything, a trick of the light, a reflection, but I couldn't ignore the possibility that it was her. "Emily," I shouted, my voice sharper now, more urgent. No answer, but I was sure I'd seen something this time. I pushed through the dense foliage, ignoring the scratches from low-hanging branches that clawed at my arms and face. The further I went, the colder the air seemed to grow, as if the forest itself was trying to warn me away. When I emerged into a small clearing, my eyes scanned the area frantically. Nothing. No Emily, no signs of movement. Just a ring of ancient trees standing like silent sentinels, their bare branches stretching upward into the darkening sky. My breath came out in visible puffs now, the temperature dropping rapidly as night took full hold of the valley. A sense of dread crept over me, tightening my chest. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe she had wandered further than I thought. Maybe I was just tired, and my mind was playing tricks on me. I turned slowly, shining the flashlight in every direction, but the beam seemed to be swallowed by the thick darkness between the trees. And then I heard it, a voice, faint, distant, but unmistakably a child's voice. "Help!" I froze. For a moment, I couldn't move or breathe. The voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it was enough to break through the fog of fear clouding my mind. "Emily," I called again, spinning toward the sound. My pulse raced as I tried to pinpoint the direction. The voice had come from somewhere deeper in the woods, but it was hard to tell exactly where. The trees distorted sound, making it echo and bounce in strange ways. I started walking, then jogging, my boots crunching over fallen leaves and twigs. I kept calling her name, hoping for another response, but the forest had gone silent again. I slowed down, frustration and fear gnawing at me. Had I imagined it? Was I chasing ghosts now? "James." I stopped dead in my tracks. My name. It had been faint, but I knew I'd heard it. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. Emily couldn't have known my name. I hadn't introduced myself to her earlier, and her parents hadn't mentioned it in her presence. I turned in a slow circle, my flashlight beam cutting through the dark like a thin, wavering knife. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice steady but low. No answer, only the sound of the wind whispering through the branches above. My rational mind fought to regain control. There had to be an explanation. Maybe someone else was out here playing a cruel joke. Maybe I was more tired than I realized and my imagination was getting the better of me. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. I could feel it in the pit of my stomach. I took another step forward, and that's when I saw it again, the same pale flash, at this time closer. I aimed my flashlight at the spot, and for a brief second, I saw what looked like a small figure, half hidden behind a tree. "Emily," I whispered, barely able to speak. The figure didn't move. I stepped closer, heart pounding, each breath feeling heavier than the last. Just as I reached the tree, the figure disappeared behind it. I hurried around to the other side, but there was nothing there. No footprints, no sign that anyone had been there at all. I stood there for a moment, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Then, from somewhere deeper in the woods, I heard the voice again. "Help me." It was softer this time, more distant, but still clear enough to send a chill down my spine. I felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. I had to find her. I couldn't let her be lost forever. Ignoring the growing sense of dread, I pressed on, deeper into the woods, into the darkness. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The trees seemed to close in around me, the shadows growing longer and darker. Every sound, every rustle of leaves, made my heart race. I tried to focus on the task at hand, but the fear was becoming harder to ignore. And yet, despite everything, I couldn't give up. I had to find her. I had to bring her back, even if something in the forest didn't want me to. The sun had long since dipped below the horizon, and the forest had transformed into something entirely different. The familiar trails, which I had walked countless times before, now felt foreign and hostile. Shadows stretched like skeletal fingers across the forest floor, and my flashlight flickered, its weak beam barely cutting through the encroaching darkness. I adjusted the flashlight, smacking it against my palm in frustration as the light wavered again. "Come on, don't give out on me now," I muttered, more to myself than to the uncooperative device. The cold was setting in, biting through my jacket and chilling me to the bone. I could see my breath clouding the air, each exhale a visible reminder of the temperature drop. "Emily," I called out, my voice echoing through the dense forest. The only response was the distant rustling of leaves and the occasional creak of branches swaying in the wind. I tried to push down the growing knot of anxiety in my chest, but it was getting harder with each passing minute. The whispers had returned, and first, they were faint, like a breeze brushing through the trees. But as I continued deeper into the woods, they grew louder, more distinct. They didn't sound like the wind anymore. They sounded human, and yet they were impossible to pin down. One moment they seemed to come from my left, the next from behind me, then ahead. I stopped in my tracks, shining the flashlight in a slow circle around me. The beam flickered weakly, casting long, wavering shadows that danced eerily across the trunks of ancient oaks and twisted pines. I was alone, or at least I thought I was, but the whispers made it feel otherwise. "Emily," I tried again, this time quieter, almost as if I didn't want to disturb whatever else might be lurking out there. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the distant hoot of an owl. I pressed on, forcing myself to focus. I needed to keep moving. Every instinct in me screamed to turn back, to retreat to the safety of the main trail and wait for backup. But I couldn't, not when Emily was still out there, lost and alone in this growing nightmare. My radio crackled, the sudden noise making me jump. I grabbed it, fumbling slightly with numb fingers. "James, do you copy?" It was the voice of another ranger, distant and distorted by static. "Yeah, I copy," I responded, my voice steady despite the tightness in my throat. "No sign of her yet. I'm about half a mile off the main trail, heading east. Keep me updated on your position." "Roger that. Be careful. We're picking up strange interference out here." The transmission cut off with a burst of static before I could respond. I lowered the radio, my grip tightening around it as unease prickled at the back of my neck. I wasn't imagining things. Something about this place was wrong tonight. The air felt heavier, the darkness more oppressive. Even the trees seemed to close in around me, their gnarled branches reaching out like claws. And then I heard it, a voice, faint but unmistakably a child's voice. "Kelp!" My heart leapt into my throat. "Emily!" I called out, spinning around to try and locate the source. The voice came again, clearer this time, but distant. It sounded as if it was coming from deeper into the woods, beyond a thicket of dense underbrush. Without thinking, I pushed forward, ignoring the branches that scratched at my face and snagged my jacket. "Emily, keep talking. I'm coming." I tried to keep my voice calm, reassuring. I didn't want her to sense the fear that was clawing at the edges of my mind. As I moved deeper into the underbrush, the forest grew eerily silent. The whispers had stopped, replaced by an unnatural stillness. It was the kind of silence that made your ears ring, as if the world itself was holding its breath. "Kelp!" The voice came again, closer this time. I quickened my pace, the flashlight flickering more violently now. The cold was almost unbearable, and my fingers felt stiff and unresponsive. But I didn't care. I was close. I could feel it. "Emily, I'm here. Keep talking to me," I shouted, my voice echoing through the dark forest. But there was no response this time, just silence. Panic began to creep in. Had I imagined it? Was my mind playing tricks on me? No, I was sure I had heard her. Couldn't give up now. I pushed forward again, breaking through the last of the underbrush and emerging into a small clearing. The ancient oak tree stood at the center, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like twisted arms. The sight of it made me stop dead in my tracks. I had seen this tree before. It was the same tree I had passed earlier, the one near where I found Emily's shoe. Somehow I had gone in a circle despite heading in a straight line. My stomach twisted in knots as the realization sank in. Something was leading me in circles. The whispers returned, louder now, surrounding me on all sides. They were no longer faint or distant. They were right there, as if someone was standing just behind me, breathing down my neck. I spun around, shining the flashlight wildly, but there was nothing there. Nothing but shadows and trees. My heart pounded in my chest, the sound echoing in my ears. "Emily?" I whispered, my voice trembling. "Please, answer me." But the forest gave no answer, only the cold and the darkness and the whispers that refused to let me go. I don't remember when exactly the whispering started. Maybe it had been there all along, like the distant rustle of leaves in the wind, only now growing louder because the woods had swallowed the last light of the day. My flashlight flickered, its pale beam barely penetrating the thick shadows pressing in from all sides. I tightened my grip on the handle, as if holding it steady would somehow keep the darkness at bay. "Emily?" I called out again, my voice sounding foreign in the stillness. Nothing answered but the whisper of the wind through the branches. Or at least I told myself it was the wind. I pressed forward, guided more by instinct than by any clear sense of direction. The trail had vanished beneath layers of fallen leaves, and with each step, the ground seemed softer, more uncertain, as though it didn't want me here. Then I heard it, a voice, faint, fragile, and unmistakably a child's. "Kelp!" My heart leapt into my throat. "Emily, stay where you are. I'm coming." I pushed through the underbrush, branches clawing at my jacket like skeletal fingers. The voice had come from somewhere ahead, but the woods played tricks on sound. It was impossible to tell exactly where. Still, I forced myself onward, hoping against hope that this wasn't just another trick of my mind. The trees seemed to close in around me, their gnarled branches forming a canopy that blotted out the sky. The air grew colder, unnaturally so, biting through my clothes. My breath came out in pale clouds, each exhale a fleeting reminder that I was still alive. "Kelp?" The voice called again, clearer this time as though it was just ahead. I broke into a run, heart pounding in my chest. The flashlight's beam danced erratically over the uneven ground, illuminating nothing but the endless tangle of roots and fallen leaves. And then, suddenly, the trees parted, and I found myself in a small clearing. At the center stood an ancient oak, its massive trunk twisted and scarred by time. The branches stretched outward like the arms of some ancient sentinel, and beneath its gnarled roots lay a hollow, dark and deep. The air here felt heavier, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I stepped closer, every nerve in my body screaming that something was wrong. My flashlight flickered again, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw movement beneath the tree's roots. A small figure huddled in the shadows. "Emily," I whispered, my voice barely more than a breath. The figure didn't move. I took another step, and suddenly the air grew colder still. A chill unlike anything I'd ever felt before swept over me, freezing me in place. The whispering returned, louder now, surrounding me from all sides. "She's gone," the voices murmured, overlapping and blending together until they formed a haunting chorus. I tried to speak, to call out again, but the words caught in my throat. The flashlight flickered once more, then went out completely, plunging the clearing into darkness. Panic welled up inside me, raw and primal. I fumbled with the flashlight, desperately trying to get it to work, but it was useless. My eyes adjusted slowly to the darkness, and as they did, I realized that the figure beneath the tree was no longer there. "No," I muttered, stepping forward despite the growing sense of dread. "Emily, where are you?" Silence answered me. The clearing was empty, save for the ancient oak and its twisted roots. I felt a sudden wave of nausea, as though the ground itself was shifting beneath my feet. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the tree line for any sign of movement, but the forest was still unnaturally so. And then, just as suddenly as it had vanished, the whispering stopped. The silence was deafening, pressing in on my ears like a physical weight. I stood there, breathless and trembling, unsure of what to do next. Part of me wanted to turn back, to leave this place and never return, but I couldn't. I wouldn't. I had to find her. But as I took another step toward the ancient oak, a terrible thought crept into my mind, one I tried desperately to push away. What if the voices were right? What if she really was gone? I swallowed hard, forcing myself to keep moving. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew I was running out of time. Night had fallen completely now, and with it came the biting cold and the oppressive darkness of the forest. If I didn't find Emily soon, she would be lost forever. Or worse, something else would find her first. Summoning every ounce of courage I had left, I turned away from the oak and began retracing my steps, hoping that I hadn't wandered too far from the main trail. But the forest was different now. The familiar landmarks were gone, replaced by an endless expanse of trees that all looked the same. I felt as though I was walking in circles, the whispering voices echoing faintly in the back of my mind. "Stay calm," I whispered to myself, though my voice trembled with fear. "Stay calm, and keep moving." I didn't know how long I walked, only that each step felt heavier than the last. The cold seeped into my bones, sapping my strength and clouding my thoughts. I had to find my way back. I had to find Emily, but deep down I knew the truth. I could feel it in the pit of my stomach, a cold, gnawing certainty that no amount of rational thought could dispel. She was gone. The forest had taken her, just as it had taken others before. And no matter how far I walked, or how loudly I called her name, I would never find her. Still, I kept walking because the alternative was too terrible to accept. Couldn't give up, not yet. And so, with the whispers fading into the distance, I continued on, hoping against hope that I was wrong. The cold gnawed at my skin as I stumbled through the trees, the beam of my flashlight flickering weakly in the oppressive darkness. Every step I took felt heavier, as if the forest itself were trying to hold me back. My breaths came in short, sharp bursts, clouding in the chill night air. Somewhere, in the back of my mind, a voice of reason whispered that I should turn back, that continuing further into this abyss of shadows was madness. But I couldn't listen. Not when I could still hear her. "James, help!" Emily's voice cut through the silence, sounding closer than before. My heart surged with desperate hope. I turned toward the direction of the sound and quickened my pace, ignoring the gnawing fear that something about this felt wrong. The whispers had ceased, replaced by that lone, plaintive cry. It had to be her. It had to. "Emily, hold on. I'm coming," I shouted, my voice cracking from exhaustion and raw emotion. I forced myself through a thick patch of underbrush, the branches clawing at my face and uniform. When I broke free, I found myself standing in a small clearing, bathed in the pale glow of the moonlight filtering through the skeletal branches overhead. And then, nothing. There was no sign of her. No movement, no sound, only silence. I swept my flashlight around the clearing, the feeble light revealing nothing but the gnarled roots and fallen leaves carpeting the forest floor. My breath hitched as the realization began to sink in. I was alone, again. "Emily," I called out softly, my voice barely more than a whisper now. It echoed back at me, harried by the stillness of the night. The forest, once alive with strange whispers and phantom sounds, was now unnervingly quiet. The oppressive tension that had haunted me throughout the search returned tenfold, settling over my shoulders like a crushing weight. Something was wrong, very wrong. I checked my radio, fumbling with numb fingers. The static crackled loudly in the still air, offering a momentary reprieve from the silence. I tried calling in again. This is Ranger James. Do you copy? Ever." There was a pause, and then a garbled response came through, barely discernible. "Copy? Where? Location?" I tried to respond, but before I could, the radio fell silent again, as if something had severed the connection. Frustration and fear gnawed at me. I had been following her voice, certain I was close, and yet now, here I stood, in the middle of nowhere, with no sign of her. No trail, no tracks, nothing. I turned in a slow circle, shining the flashlight around me once more. My eyes caught something in the distance, a faint shimmer, like a trick of the light, just beyond the tree line. It was barely noticeable, but in this void of darkness, it stood out like a beacon. I hesitated, every instinct screaming at me not to go, but something compelled me forward. As I approached, the shimmer grew more distinct, taking on an almost ethereal quality. It hung in the air like a mist, swirling gently as though caught in a breeze that I couldn't feel. I reached out a hand, the tips of my fingers brushing against the strange phenomenon, and in that instant, a cold so intense it burned shot through my arm, forcing me to recoil. The shimmer vanished, and with it, so did the last glimmer of hope. "James, come in. Are you there?" The voice crackled through my radio, loud and clear this time. Relief flooded me as I quickly raised the device to my mouth. I'm here. I don't know where I am exactly, but I was following her voice. I was so close. "Stay where you are," the voice instructed. "We're closing in on your location." I nodded to myself, too drained to argue. My legs felt like lead, and my mind was a whirlwind of confusion and dread. I sank to my knees, the weight of the night finally pressing me down. As I waited, I kept my eyes on the forest around me, half expecting to see Emily emerge from the shadows, her small form illuminated by the moonlight. But she never came. Minutes felt like hours, and finally, I saw the bobbing beams of flashlights approaching through the trees. Relief mingled with a deep, gnawing guilt as my colleagues reached me. They asked questions. Where had I been? What had I heard? Why was I out here alone? But I had no answers that made sense. I could only shake my head, muttering, "She was here. I heard her. I swear I heard her." The search continued for days. Teams scoured every inch of the forest, but no trace of Emily was ever found. Her parents clung to hope at first, convinced that she had simply wandered off and would be found alive. But as the days stretched into weeks, that hope began to wither. and so did mine. I still patrol Cuyahoga Valley to this day. I tell myself it's because I love the park, because it's my duty, but deep down I know the truth. I stay because I can't let go, because a part of me still hears her voice, faint and distant, carried on the wind that whispers through the trees at dusk. Some nights, when the air is especially cold and the shadows stretch long across the ground, I swear I see that faint shimmer again, just beyond the tree line. I never go near it now. I know better. Emily was lost forever in those woods, and though I survived, a part of me was lost with her. The forest keeps its secrets well, and some it never gives back. The cold wind whistled through the narrow gaps in the window pane as I pulled my ranger jacket tighter around me. The flickering glow from the old wood-burning stove danced on the walls of the cabin, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch endlessly into the corners. Outside, the world was quiet. Too quiet, some would say, but that was the way I liked it. Great Basin National Park didn't see much traffic, especially in the colder months. Most people preferred the more popular national parks, the ones with crowded trails and convenient viewpoints. Here, though, it was different. Solitude wasn't just a luxury, it was part of the job. I had transferred here about a year ago, hoping to find something I couldn't quite name. Peace, maybe, or perhaps it was an escape. I spent years bouncing from park to park, always chasing some illusion of calm that never seemed to last. After what happened back home, I never talk about that. I figured Great Basin, with its endless stretches of wilderness and ancient, gnarled bristlecone pines, might finally give me the quiet I was searching for. Most days were routine. Patrol the trails, check on campers, keep an eye out for wildlife. The kind of work that allowed your mind to drift while your body went through the motions. But there was something about this place, something that lingered just beyond the edges of perception. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it always felt like the land itself was watching, waiting. The locals had their stories, of course. Tales of strange lights, whispers in the woods, hikers who went missing without a trace. I never gave much thought to those stories. People loved to invent mysteries where none existed. Still, I couldn't deny that sometimes, late at night, when the wind howled through the canyons, a part of me wondered if there was more to those stories than old campfire gossip. Tonight, as I stood by the window, staring out at the darkened forest, I felt that familiar unease creeping up my spine, the kind of feeling you get when you're alone in a room and you suddenly have the sense that someone's watching you. It was irrational, I knew that. I had done this job long enough to understand how the mind plays tricks on you in the quiet hours. But even knowing that didn't stop the chill that settled in my bones. "Hunter, you're just tired," I muttered to myself, shaking my head. Too much time alone out here. I turned away from the window and sat down at the small wooden table in the corner. My radio crackled softly, a comforting sound in the silence. I picked up my mug of coffee, now lukewarm, and took a sip. Bitter, but it did the job. I had just started flipping through the patrol log when the radio burst to life, the static giving way to a familiar voice. "Hey Hunter, you still up?" It was Sarah, one of the other rangers on duty tonight. Her voice was clear but carried a hint of weariness. "Yeah, I'm here," I replied, setting the log aside. "What's up?" "Got a weird report earlier," she said. "Couple of hikers came by the visitor center before sunset. Said they saw something odd up near Wheeler Peak. Didn't go into detail, just said it made them uncomfortable enough to cut their hike short." "Odd how?" I asked, leaning forward. Wheeler Peak was one of the more remote areas of the park. Not many people ventured out that far this time of year. Footprints, I think, but not normal ones. They said the tracks just stopped, like whoever made them vanished into thin air. I frowned, my fingers tightening around the mug. Tracks that disappeared without explanation weren't unheard of. Wind, shifting snow, even melting ice could do that. But something about the way Sarah said it made me uneasy. "You want me to check it out tomorrow?" they offered. "Might be a good idea," she agreed. "If nothing else, It'll put the visitors at ease. Last thing we need is more rumors flying around. Got it, I said. I'll head out first thing in the morning. Thanks, Hunter. Stay safe out there. The radio crackled again before falling silent. I sat back in my chair, staring at the darkened window once more. The uneasy feeling from earlier hadn't gone away. If anything, it had grown stronger. I told myself it was nothing, just the product of too many late nights and too many strange stories. But deep down, I knew better. Something was out there, something that didn't belong, and tomorrow I would be walking straight into it. It was a quiet morning in the ranger station, the kind I'd grown used to since transferring to Great Basin National Park. A pot of stale coffee sat warming on the counter, its bitter aroma mingling with the cold air that seeped in through the cracked window. I liked mornings like this, predictable, peaceful, routine. They gave me a sense of control over a world that often felt too wild to tame. But something about this morning felt off. I was leaning back in my chair, summing through a week-old wildlife report when Rob, one of the more seasoned rangers, walked in. He was a wiry guy, mid-50s, with sun-worn skin and a permanent squint that made him look perpetually suspicious of everything around him. He grabbed a cup of coffee and plopped down across from me. "You been out to Wheeler Peak recently?" he asked, breaking the silence. I shook my head. "Not since last week." "Why?" Rob took a slow sip of his coffee, grimacing at the taste. "Couple of hikers came back yesterday. Said they heard something strange out there. Whispers, voices in the wind. Freaked him out enough to cut their trip short." I raised an eyebrow. "Whispers? Could have been the wind through the trees. It gets weird up there with all those narrow canyons." "That's what I said." Rob agreed. But there was something in his tone that made me think he wasn't entirely convinced. "But that's not all. They found footprints, bare ones, middle of the trail, out where no one should have been walking without boots. They followed them for a bit, but they just stopped." I set down the report, suddenly more interested. Bare footprints? In this weather? It didn't make sense. The nights had been dipping below freezing lately, cold enough to make frostbite a real danger. No one in their right mind would be wandering around barefoot. "Maybe it was an animal," I suggested. "Cougar tracks can look weird sometimes, especially if the wind erodes the edges." Rob shrugged, but his squint deepened. "Maybe, but I've been out here long enough to know cougar tracks when I see them. These weren't animal prints. They were human." I didn't say anything for a moment, letting the weight of his words sink in. Strange noises, footprints that appeared and vanished. If I didn't know any better, I'd say Rob was trying to spin some kind of ghost story. But Rob wasn't the kind of guy who joked about things like that. He was practical to a fault, the type who could identify scat from a dozen different animals without breaking a sweat. If he said those tracks were human, I believed him. "Think it's someone messing around?" asked. "Could be some kids pulling a prank." "Maybe," Rob said, though he didn't sound convinced. "But if it is, they're playing a dangerous game. That trail's remote, and if they get lost out there, we might not find them in time." I nodded slowly. Wheeler Peak wasn't exactly forgiving. The trails were rugged, the weather unpredictable, and cell service was non-existent. Anyone venturing out there unprepared could easily end up in serious trouble. And if they were barefoot, well, that was just asking for frostbite or worse. "You heading out there today?" asked. Rob shook his head. "Got patrol on the lower trails. You want to check it out?" I hesitated for a moment. Something about the whole thing made my skin crawl, but I wasn't about to admit that. Besides, it was probably nothing. A couple of nervous hikers spooked by the wind and some odd tracks that had a perfectly reasonable explanation. "Yeah, I'll take a look," I said, trying to sound casual. Probably just some wannabe survivalist trying to prove a point. Rob gave me a nod and stood, draining the last of his coffee. "Radio in if you find anything, and watch your back. Things have a way of getting strange up there after dark." I laughed, but it felt hollow. "You've been watching too many horror movies, Rob," Maybe, he said, heading for the door. Or maybe I've just been here too long. As the door swung shut behind him, I turned back to my report, but I couldn't focus. My mind kept drifting back to those footprints, to the whispers the hikers claimed to have heard. It didn't add up. I've seen strange things out in the wild before. Odd noises, bizarre animal behavior, even the occasional unexplained sighting. But this was different. It felt wrong somehow. I finished my coffee, the bitter taste lingering on my tongue as I stood and grabbed my gear. Flashlight, radio, GPS, first aid kit. I double-checked everything, making sure I was prepared for whatever I might find out there. I'd done this 100 times before, but today felt different. The air felt heavier, the silence more oppressive. As I stepped outside, the cold morning wind bit at my face, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me. The mountains loomed in the distance, their peaks shrouded in low-hanging clouds. Somewhere out there, beyond those ridges, was Wheeler Peak, and whatever had left those footprints. I told myself it was just another patrol, nothing more. Just a routine check of the trails. But as I started toward the truck, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was heading straight into something I wasn't prepared for. Something was waiting for me out there, and I wasn't sure I wanted to find out what. I zipped up my jacket, the crisp evening air biting at my skin as I stepped out of the ranger station. The fading light painted the distant peaks in deep shades of amber and crimson. Shadows crept slowly across the vast expanse of Great Basin National Park, stretching long and thin, as if the wilderness itself was settling into a restless slumber. It was the kind of stillness I had grown accustomed to, the silence that carried both comfort and a lingering unease. Tonight felt different, though. There was a tension in the air, subtle yet undeniable, like a taut string waiting to snap. Maybe it was just the stories my colleague had shared earlier, tales of strange occurrences around Wheeler Peak, missing hikers, odd footprints, whispers in the wind. I had brushed it off with a wry grin at the time, but now, alone in the encroaching darkness, the idea clung to me like a stubborn burr. I slung my flashlight onto my belt and double-checked my radio. Static crackled briefly before the familiar voice of the station dispatcher cut through. "You good out there, Hunter?" "Yeah, just about to head out. Anything I should know?" I tried to keep my tone light, but there was an edge to my voice I couldn't quite hide. "Nothing new. Just keep an eye out around Wheeler. Been getting those weird reports again. Probably nothing, but you know how it goes." "Got it. I'll check in every hour." I clicked the radio off and started down the trail, boots crunching softly against the gravel path. The first stretch of the trail was familiar and well-worn, lined by towering pines whose gnarled branches formed a dense canopy overhead. The occasional rustle of leaves or distant call of a bird broke the silence, grounding me in the reality of the moment. I found solace in these sounds, reminders that I wasn't truly alone out here. At least, not yet. As I ventured deeper into the forest, the temperature dropped noticeably. A thin veil of mist began to curl around the base of the trees, swirling gently with each step I took. I paused for a moment, exhaling slowly, watching my breath form a fleeting cloud in the cold air. There was something about this part of the park that always gave me pause. It wasn't fear, exactly, more like respect, a quiet acknowledgement of nature's vast, untamed power. Further ahead, the trail began to narrow, the underbrush thickening on either side. The light from my flashlight cut a narrow beam through the gathering darkness, illuminating the path ahead but casting strange, shifting shadows in its wake. I adjusted the beam, sweeping it across the trail. Nothing but trees and rocks. Still, the feeling lingered, that prickling awareness at the back of my neck, as though unseen eyes were watching from the shadows. "Come on, Hunter. You're letting those stories get to you," I muttered under my breath, forcing a chuckle that sounded hollow even to my own ears. Pushing onward, I reached a fork in the trail. One path led toward the main campground, a well-traveled route I had patrolled countless times before. The other veered off toward Wheeler Peak, the heart of the reports. I hesitated for a moment, glancing down the familiar path before turning toward the less traveled one. The trees seemed denser here, their branches intertwined overhead, creating a tunnel-like effect. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. Even the wind, which had whispered softly through the pines earlier, now seemed to hold its breath. Every step felt deliberate, echoing in the stillness. My flashlight flickered briefly, and I tapped it lightly, the beam steadying once more. A few minutes later, I stopped abruptly. There, just ahead on the trail, were footprints, fresh ones. They were faint but unmistakable, pressed into the soft earth and leading further into the woods. I crouched down, running my gloved fingers lightly over the impressions. The size suggested they belonged to an adult, and judging by the depth, they hadn't been here long. "Hiker," I said aloud, though the word felt uncertain as it left my mouth. Something about the prints felt off, though I couldn't quite place why. They didn't follow a straight path but meandered, as if the person had been wandering aimlessly or uncertainly. Standing up, I followed the trail of footprints for a few yards before they abruptly stopped. No sign of a struggle, no indication of where the person had gone, just gone. The hairs on my arms stood on end as I scanned the surrounding area with my flashlight. Nothing but trees and darkness. I radioed in. "Station, this is Hunter. Found fresh footprints on the Wheeler Trail," but they stopped abruptly. No sign of the person. Continuing patrol. Static crackled in response. I waited, but there was no reply. "Station, do you copy?" I tried again. Still nothing but static. I stared at the radio, the unease in my chest tightening into something colder. I was too far out for reliable communication, something I had experienced before, but tonight it felt different. The silence on the other end felt more than technical. It felt ran. With no choice but to continue, I pressed on, my senses heightened. Every sound, the creak of a branch, the rustle of leaves, felt amplified, sharp against the oppressive quiet. The mist thickened, curling around my ankles like ghostly tendrils. Just a regular patrol, I told myself again, though the words did little to ease the growing tension in my chest. But as I took another step, I heard it, faint and distant, carried on the wind. A whisper, low, indistinct, yet unmistakable. My heart pounded in my chest as I froze, straining to listen. And then it came again, clearer this time. A single word, drifting through the cold night air. "Hunter." I spun around, flashlight sweeping wildly through the darkness. Nothing, just trees and shadows. But I knew what I had heard. Something was out here with me. The forest stretched out before me like a living, breathing entity. The towering pines swayed gently in the breeze, their needle-laden branches rustling softly, whispering secrets I couldn't quite catch. I had walked this trail countless times before, but tonight, something felt off. It wasn't just the cold, though the temperature had dropped considerably as the sun slipped below the horizon. No, this was something else. Something intangible, like a shifting weight pressing down on my chest. I adjusted the flashlight in my hand, its beam slicing through the growing darkness. Every crack of a twig or rustle of leaves felt amplified, as though the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. That's when I saw them. Footprints. At first, I thought they belonged to a stray hiker. It wasn't uncommon for people to get lost or veer off the marked paths. But as I crouched down to inspect them, a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature crawled up my spine. The footprints were bare, no sign of boots, just naked feet pressing into the damp earth. They were oddly spaced, as if whoever left them was walking with an unnatural gait, perhaps limping or dragging one foot behind. What struck me most, though, was their sudden appearance. The trail behind me was pristine, untouched. The prints seemed to begin abruptly, as if someone had simply materialized out of thin air. I stood up slowly, scanning the woods around me. My breath formed small clouds in the cold air, dissipating quickly in the dim light. "Hello," I called out, my voice echoing slightly before being swallowed by the dense trees. Silence. I waited for a response, a rustle, a voice, anything. But the forest remained eerily quiet, save for the occasional creak of the trees swaying in the wind. I debated whether to follow the footprints or radio back to the station. Protocol dictated that I should report anything unusual, but something about this felt personal, like the forest was presenting me with a puzzle, daring me to solve it. Against my better judgment, I decided to follow the prints. They led off the main trail, winding through a dense patch of trees. The branches above formed a canopy so thick that only slivers of moonlight filtered through, casting faint, silvery patterns on the forest floor. Each step I took felt heavier, as though the ground itself was reluctant to let me pass. The further I went, the more I noticed how the air seemed to change. It grew colder, denser, and carried with it a faint, metallic scent that I couldn't quite place. My flashlight flickered once, twice, before steadying again, casting long shadows that danced ominously with each movement. I kept my eyes on the footprints. They continued in that same uneven pattern, leading me deeper into the woods. Then, just as abruptly as they had begun, they stopped. I froze, scanning the ground in disbelief. The last footprint was perfectly clear, pressed deep into the soft earth. Beyond it, there was nothing, no signs of further movement, no indication that whoever made them had turned back or veered off in another direction. It was as if they had simply vanished. A shiver ran through me, and I tightened my grip on the flashlight. "All right, Hunter," I muttered to myself. "You're just tired. There's a logical explanation for this." Even as I said it, I didn't believe it. I swept the beam of my flashlight around the area, searching for any clues. The underbrush was thick, but undisturbed. No broken branches, no signs of struggle or passage. The forest was still, unnervingly so, as though it was waiting for me to make the next move. I was about to turn back when I heard it, a faint, barely perceptible whisper. It was so soft that at first I thought it was the wind, but as I listened more closely, I realized it was something else entirely. It sounded like a voice, distant and distorted, as if carried on the breeze from far away. "Who's there?" I called out, turning in the direction of the sound. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat echoing loudly in my ears. No answer. I took a cautious step forward, my flashlight sweeping over the trees. The whisper came again, this time clearer, though I still couldn't make out the words. It sent a wave of unease through me, like an instinctual warning that something wasn't right. I didn't like this, not one bit. "If someone's out there, you need to come out now," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "This is a restricted area. It's not safe to be wandering around off-trail at night." Again, silence. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, every muscle in my body tense, waiting for some kind of response. When none came, I took a deep breath and forced myself to turn back toward the trail. I had gone far enough. Whatever was out here, it wasn't something I wanted to face alone in the dark. As I retraced my steps, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and every instinct screamed at me to move faster, to get back to familiar ground. But I kept my pace steady, refusing to let fear take over. When I finally reached the main trail, I felt a rush of relief, though it was short-lived. Something about those footprints, about the way they had started and stopped so abruptly, gnawed at the back of my mind. In that whisper, it had felt too real, too deliberate. I took one last look back into the woods, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness. Nothing moved, but the uneasy feeling remained, like a shadow that refused to leave. With a final, uneasy glance over my shoulder, I turned and made my way back toward the ranger station, the whisper still echoing faintly in my mind. Night had fallen faster than I anticipated, the dense canopy of pines blotting out what little light the stars provided. My flashlight cut a narrow beam through the darkness, illuminating the winding trail ahead. But beyond that, shadows danced and stretched, mocking my every step. The cold crept in, gnawing at my exposed skin. I had patrolled these trails many times before, but something felt different tonight. The forest was too quiet. There was no familiar rustling of nocturnal animals, no distant hoots of owls, no scurrying of small creatures beneath the underbrush. Just an oppressive silence that pressed down on me like a heavy shroud. And then I heard it, a sound, faint and indistinct at first, carried on the wind. It wasn't the rustling of leaves or the distant howl of a coyote. No, it was something far stranger, a whisper, soft, unintelligible, but unmistakably human. I stopped in my tracks, my heart thudding loudly in my chest. My breath hung in the air, a pale mist that lingered longer than it should in the cold night. I swept my flashlight across the surrounding trees, expecting to see someone, anyone. But the woods stared back at me, empty and indifferent. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding too loud, too out of place in the unnatural stillness. There was no reply, just that faint whisper, drifting through the air like smoke. I took a deep breath, willing myself to stay calm. It could be anything, the wind moving through the branches, an auditory illusion created by the eerie quiet. I tried to convince myself of that, but the sensation in my gut told a different story. Continuing along the trail, I kept my hand close to my radio, but I didn't call in. Not yet. The last thing I wanted was to raise a false alarm over what could very well be nothing. I told myself I would keep moving, investigate further, and report back if things escalated. Yet with every step, the whispers grew more distinct, more insistent. They weren't just whispers anymore. They seemed to be saying something, though I couldn't make out the words. It was as if multiple voices were speaking at once, overlapping in a chaotic murmur just beyond comprehension. A sudden gust of wind swept through the trees, rattling the branches overhead. I instinctively tightened my grip on the flashlight, the beam wavering as I turned in a slow circle. The cold intensified, biting through my jacket and making the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. "Hello," I tried again, louder this time. My voice echoed briefly before being swallowed by the forest. The whispers paused, as if listening, then resumed, a little closer now. I could feel my pulse quicken. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to leave this place and report the strange phenomena. But part of me couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to know more. I was a ranger, after all. It was my job to protect this park, to investigate anything unusual. Steeling myself, I pressed forward. The trail narrowed as the trees closed in, their twisted branches forming a jagged canopy overhead. The flashlight's beam flickered, casting long, shifting shadows across the ground. I tried not to let it unnerve me, but the whispers were growing louder, more defined, as though they were circling around me. I strained to pick out individual words, but they remained just out of reach, like a half-forgotten memory. It was maddening. Every so often, I thought I caught something, a name, perhaps, or a plea, but it dissolved into the wind before I could fully grasp it. Then, without warning, the whisper stopped. The sudden silence was deafening. I stood there, flashlight in hand, my breath coming in short, sharp bursts. The only sound was the rapid pounding of my heart in my ears. I turned slowly, scanning the woods around me. The beam of light trembled slightly in my grip, illuminating nothing but trees and shadows. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice firm but laced with unease. No answer, just that oppressive quiet, pressing down on me like a physical weight. And then, just as suddenly as they had stopped, the whispers returned. But this time they weren't distant. They were right behind me. I spun around, the flashlight beam cutting through the dark. For a brief, heart-stopping moment, I thought I saw a sheep, a figure standing just beyond the edge of the light. but when I blinked, it was gone. I backed away slowly, keeping the flashlight trained on the spot where I thought I had seen the figure. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I had just experienced. Was it a trick of the light, a figment of my imagination, or was there really someone or something out there watching me? Whatever the case, I knew one thing for certain. I wasn't alone. I took a deep, shaky breath and turned back toward the trail. The whispers continued, now mingling with the rustling of leaves in the wind. I couldn't tell if they were following me or leading me deeper into the woods. Either way, I had to keep moving. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every rustle of leaves sounded like approaching footsteps. The whispers grew fainter as I put more distance between myself and that eerie spot, but they never truly disappeared. I told myself I would radio in once I reached a clearer section of the trail, but for now, I needed to focus on getting out of this dense, dark stretch of forest. My fingers tightened around the flashlight as I quickened my pace, the cold air stinging my lungs with each breath. Somewhere deep in the woods, the wind howled, carrying with it the faintest echo of a whisper, or perhaps a laugh. Couldn't be sure anymore. I didn't look back. It was around 9:30 when I stumbled upon that tree. The air had grown heavier by then, each breath coming with a faint chill that clung to my lungs. The forest around me was unnervingly quiet, as if even the nocturnal creatures had decided it was best to keep their distance tonight. I'd been following the trail for nearly 2 hours, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the dense darkness like a knife through thick fog. Everything felt off. I don't know what drew my attention to the tree. Maybe it was the way it stood apart from the others, its bark darker, almost black in the dim light. Or maybe it was something subtler, a presence that prickled at the edge of my awareness, like a word on the tip of your tongue. I moved closer, sweeping the flashlight over its surface, and that's when I saw them, the carvings. They weren't random scratches or marks left by animals. No, these were deliberate, etched deep into the bark with precision. Symbols, spirals, intersecting lines. A strange, intricate pattern that seemed almost too organized to be the work of some bored camper or passing hiker. I ran my gloved hand over the grooves, feeling the rough texture beneath my fingers. The carvings were old, withered by time, yet oddly well preserved, as if the tree had been standing guard over them, keeping them safe from the elements. I knelt down to get a closer look, my flashlight trembling slightly in my grip. The symbols didn't match anything I'd seen before. They weren't Native American petroglyphs. I'd studied plenty of those during my years working in various parks. Nor did they resemble any modern symbols I could recognize. There was something unsettling about them, something that made the hair on the back of my neck rise. For a moment I considered radioing in, but the thought felt premature. What would I say? That I found some strange carvings on a tree? That I had a bad feeling about them? No, I knew how that would go. They'd tell me to note it down and keep moving. Still, I couldn't shake the sense that this wasn't just some random oddity. As I stood there, studying the markings, a sudden gust of wind swept through the trees, rattling the branches above me. The temperature seemed to drop by several degrees in an instant, and an involuntary shiver ran down my spine. The wind carried a faint sound with it, something distant yet distinct, a now, almost melodic whisper, like voices carried on the breeze. I turned quickly, scanning the woods with my flashlight, but there was nothing, only the shifting shadows cast by the trees and the cold, indifferent night. "Get a grip, Hunter," I muttered under my breath. "It's just the wind." Still, the whispering lingered in the back of my mind, like a memory you can't quite place. I took out my phone and snapped a few pictures of the carvings, the flash momentarily illuminating the tree in stark, unnatural light. When I reviewed the photos, they seemed different. The symbols looked sharper, more pronounced in the images than they had in person, almost as if they were glowing faintly. I shook off the thought. It was just the contrast of the flash against the dark bark, nothing more. Still, I couldn't help but feel like I'd stumbled onto something that wasn't meant to be found. The symbols felt ancient, purposeful, as if they held some meaning long lost to time. Who the hell would take the time to do this way out here? I murmured aloud, my voice sounding strangely small in the vastness of the forest. No answer came, of course, just the steady rustle of leaves in the wind and the distant creak of old branches. I straightened up, sliding my phone back into my pocket. The sense of unease hadn't left me, and I decided it was best to keep moving. Standing around in the middle of the woods, fixating on some bizarre carvings, wasn't going to help anything. Still, as I turned back toward the trail, I couldn't resist one last glance at the tree. That's when I noticed something I hadn't before. Just beyond the tree, partially obscured by the underbrush, was another faint trail, narrower and less defined than the one I'd been following. It led deeper into the forest, toward an area that wasn't marked on my map. I hesitated. Every instinct I had told me to stick to the main trail, to leave the strange carvings behind and finish my patrol. But there was a pull, something almost magnetic, drawing me toward that faint path. Curiosity is a dangerous thing in the wilderness. It can lead you to incredible discoveries, or it can get you hopelessly lost. I knew that better than most, and yet, despite the gnawing feeling in my gut, I found myself stepping off the main trail, brushing aside branches as I followed the faint path into the unknown. I told myself it was just to check things out, just to see if it led to another campsite or an old ranger station. But deep down, I knew there was something more. Something about those carvings, about that tree, had stirred something in me. A sense of unease, yes, but also a strange compulsion. As the trees closed in around me and the whispers returned, softer but more insistent, I couldn't help but wonder if I was walking toward a discovery, or into a trap. The silence pressed down on me as I trudged deeper into the forest. The wind, which had been a constant companion earlier in the evening, seemed to have retreated, leaving only the rhythmic crunch of my boots on the trail. Every now and then, I paused to listen, hoping to hear something that would tether me back to reality. A bird, a distant rustle of leaves, anything. But the forest offered nothing. I can't say what made me stop when I did. Perhaps it was the subtle shift in the atmosphere, a faint disturbance in the air that my senses picked up before my brain could process it. My flashlight beam swept across the trees, illuminating the gnarled bark and skeletal branches. That's when I saw it, a backpack. It lay slumped against the base of a tree about 10 feet off the trail, partially obscured by fallen leaves. My first thought was that it belonged to a hiker who had wandered off and gotten lost. I radioed in, more out of habit than expectation. As I expected, the response was nothing but static. "Great," I muttered, more to myself than anyone else. Stepping off the trail, I approached the backpack cautiously. Something about the way it was positioned felt off, though I couldn't immediately put my finger on it. It wasn't just dropped in haste or carelessly abandoned. It looked placed, deliberately. I knelt beside it and unzipped the main compartment. Inside, I found a half-empty water bottle, a crumpled map of the park, and a few energy bars. The map was creased and worn, with several trails marked in red pen. One of the marked trails was the very one I was patrolling. "Okay," I said under my breath, trying to make sense of it. So someone was definitely out here. But where the hell are they now? There was no sign of struggle, no indication that whoever owned the backpack had been in any kind of distress. And yet, the air felt wrong. Heavy, oppressive, like the forest was holding its breath. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone emerging from the shadows, but there was nothing. Just the trees, standing silent and indifferent. I reached for the radio again, holding it to my mouth. Hunter to base. I found an abandoned backpack near Wheeler Peak Trail. No sign of the owner. Radio check, over. Static. I lowered the radio slowly, my unease growing. It wasn't unusual for the signal to cut out in certain areas of the park, but something about this particular silence felt personal. as if the forest itself was conspiring to keep me isolated. I stood up, slinging the backpack over one shoulder. I figured I'd take it back to the station, file a report, and see if anyone had registered a missing person. But before I could turn back toward the trail, a sound froze me in place. A whisper. It was faint, barely audible, like the rustle of leaves carried on the wind. But there was no wind. I spun around, shining my flashlight in every direction. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing only the twisted forms of trees and the dense underbrush. My pulse quickened, and I forced myself to take a slow, steady breath. The rational part of my mind told me it was nothing. A trick of the ears, perhaps the sound of distant wildlife. But deep down, another part of me knew better. The whisper came again, clearer this time. It wasn't just a random noise. It was deliberate. Hunter. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. My name. Someone, or something, had whispered my name. Who's there? I called out, my voice echoing unnaturally in the stillness. The forest didn't answer. I tightened my grip on the flashlight, my fingers tingling with the cold. I scanned the area again, moving the light slowly from left to right. As the beam passed over a nearby tree, I caught a glimpse of something movement just beyond the reach of the light. I swung the flashlight back, but there was nothing there. This is ridiculous, I muttered, forcing a shaky laugh. You're just tired. Your mind's playing tricks on you. I turned back toward the trail, determined to put as much distance as possible between myself and that spot. But as I took a step forward, I felt an overwhelming sense of being watched. It wasn't the vague, uneasy feeling I'd had earlier. This was different. It was sharp, precise, like a pair of eyes were locked onto me from somewhere in the darkness. I didn't run. Running would have made it real, would have acknowledged the fear clawing at my chest. Instead, I walked, each step measured and deliberate. The whisper didn't come again, but the silence that followed was worse. It was a silence that pressed against my ears, heavy and suffocating. When I finally reached the trail, I allowed myself a glance back. The backpack felt heavier on my shoulder, as if it carried more than just water and snacks. The clearing where I'd found it was now hidden behind a wall of trees, dark and impenetrable. I didn't linger. With every step I took away from that place, the air seemed to lighten, and the oppressive feeling began to lift. But the unease stayed with me, clinging to my skin like a second layer. Whatever had whispered my name back there, it hadn't been the wind, and somehow I knew this wasn't over. The deeper I ventured into the woods, the more the night seemed to close in around me. The canopy above was so thick it felt like the stars had been swallowed by the darkness. My flashlight's narrow beam flickered across the trail, illuminating only what lay directly in front of me. The quiet was oppressive. No wind, no rustling leaves, not even the distant call of a night bird. Just my footsteps crunching over the cold, dry ground and the rhythmic pounding of my heart. I tried to shake off the creeping unease that had settled into my bones. It's just the wilderness, I muttered to myself under my breath, as if hearing my own voice might keep me grounded. I had spent years patrolling parks like this, but tonight felt different, like the forest itself was watching, waiting. Then I saw it, movement, just a flicker out of the corner of my eye. I swung my flashlight toward it, but there was nothing there. The light fell on gnarled tree trunks and skeletal branches, unmoving and silent. I held my breath, listening for any sound, any hint of what might be lurking in the darkness. Nothing, just a heavy silence pressing down on me. I exhaled slowly, forcing myself to relax. Get it together, Hunter. You're letting your imagination run wild. But even as I tried to reason with myself, I couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was out there, just beyond the reach of my light. I pressed on, keeping my pace steady, though every instinct screamed at me to turn back. A ranger's duty wasn't just about protecting the park. It was about facing danger head-on, ensuring that no one, hiker, camper, or otherwise, was left in harm's way. But as I walked, that sense of duty started to feel less like courage and more like recklessness. Then it happened again. A shadow flitted across the path ahead of me, quick and silent, like a whisper of movement in the corner of my vision. This time, I didn't hesitate. I raised my flashlight and swept it across the trees, slowly, deliberately. Nothing, just trees casting long, thin shadows in the pale light. But I knew I hadn't imagined it. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end, a primal reaction to something I couldn't see, but knew was there. I gripped the flashlight tighter, my knuckles turning white. Hello, my voice echoed faintly through the woods, sounding hollow and distant. No answer, not that I expected one. The forest remained eerily still, as if holding its breath, waiting. I took a cautious step forward, then another. My eyes darted left and right, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. That's when I noticed something strange. The shadows. They didn't seem right. They shifted in a way that didn't match the sway of the trees or the angle of my light. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was enough to set my nerves on edge. I paused, shining my light directly at one of the shadows. It didn't move, just a tree trunk, dark and solid. But as I turned away, I thought I saw it shift again, as if it had been watching me and quickly froze when I looked back. I spun around, started pounding, but again, there was nothing there. Panic was creeping in now, clawing at the edges of my mind. I tried to push it down, tried to focus. I reminded myself of the stories I'd heard about this place, about hikers getting lost, seeing things in the dark, driven to fear by their own imaginations. That's all this was, right? Just the mind playing tricks in the absence of light and sound. But deep down, I didn't believe it. This felt real, too real. I kept moving, my steps more cautious now. Every sound, every flicker of movement set my nerves on edge. I felt like I was walking a tightrope, one wrong move away from falling into something I couldn't comprehend. Then, just as I was starting to convince myself that I was alone, I heard it, a whisper, faint, almost inaudible, carried on the still air. It didn't sound like wind through the trees. It sounded human, a single word, spoken softly but clearly enough to send a chill racing down my spine. Hunter. I froze. The flashlight trembled in my hand as I scanned the woods around me, desperate to find the source of the voice. But there was no one there, just darkness and shadows and the cold, unyielding silence of the forest. Who's there? I called out, my voice shaky despite my efforts to sound calm. No answer, only the whisper of the wind, or perhaps something pretending to be the wind. I knew then that I was no longer just on a patrol. Whatever was out here with me wasn't something I could explain away. It wasn't something I could face with a flashlight and a radio. It was something else entirely. Something that didn't belong in this world. I had come out here looking for answers. Now I was certain I didn't want to find them. I don't remember exactly when the trail ended. One moment I was walking, following those maddening footprints, and the next, I was standing in a place that didn't feel right, like I had crossed an invisible threshold into something ancient, something that shouldn't be disturbed. The clearing stretched out before me, a perfect circle carved into the dense forest, as if nature itself had recoiled from whatever was at its center. There were no signs of human activity, no campsites, no fire pits, no debris, just silence, an oppressive, unnatural silence that pressed against my ears like cotton. Even the wind, which had been whispering incessantly through the trees moments before, was gone. I stopped and listened. Nothing. No rustling leaves. No distant calls of night creatures. Just the deafening absence of sound. My breath felt too loud, too invasive. I took a cautious step forward, my boots crunching against dry twigs and dead leaves. The sound echoed strangely, as though the forest was waiting to swallow it whole. I shone my flashlight across the clearing, the beam cutting through the darkness like a knife. At first, all I saw were trees, tall, ancient pines standing sentinel at the edges of the clearing. Then something caught my eye. There, at the far end of the clearing, stood a figure. I froze, the beam of my flashlight trembling slightly as I tried to focus on it. It wasn't moving. It stood perfectly still, partially obscured by shadow, just outside the range of my light. My mind scrambled for an explanation. Another ranger, maybe? A lost hiker? But something didn't feel right. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding weak, almost hollow in the stillness. No response. I took a hesitant step closer, the flashlight flickering as though it, too, was afraid. The figure remained motionless, eerily silent. I couldn't make out any features, just a dark outline, tall and human-shaped, but somehow wrong. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" I asked, my voice steadier this time, though my heart pounded in my chest. Still nothing, not a sound, not a twitch. I took another step, and that's when it happened. The figure moved, not toward me, but sideways, gliding effortlessly into the shadows. No sound accompanied the movement, no crunch of leaves, no snapping of twigs. It was as though it had simply drifted away, absorbed by the darkness. My pulse quickened. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to leave, to run as fast as I could back to the safety of the station. But something kept me rooted in place. Fear, yes, but also curiosity. The kind of curiosity that gets people into trouble. Against my better judgment, I stepped into the clearing, shining my flashlight where the figure had been. Nothing, just trees and shadows. The air felt colder here, heavier, as if the clearing was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I scanned the area, my eyes darting from one tree to another. The beam of my flashlight flickered again, dimming momentarily before returning to full strength. That's when I noticed it on the ground at the center of the clearing. A circle of stones, perfectly arranged, too precise to be natural. The stones were old, weathered by time, but there was something unsettling about them. They formed a perfect ring, and at its center lay nothing, just bare earth, as though nothing had ever grown there. I crouched down, reaching out to touch one of the stones. It was cold, unnaturally cold, like it had been pulled from the depths of an icy lake. As my fingers brushed the surface, a sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, rustling the trees and sending a shiver down my spine. And then I heard it again, the whispers, but this time they were clearer, louder, as if they were right behind me. I spun around, flashlight raised, but there was nothing there, just the trees swaying gently in the wind. The whispers continued, low and unintelligible, like a chorus of voices speaking a language I couldn't understand. I backed away from the circle, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The wind picked up, swirling around me, carrying with it those haunting whispers. They seemed to come from every direction, surrounding me, closing in. "Enough," I muttered to myself, more out of desperation than anything else. I needed to get out of here. Now, I turned back toward the trail, or at least where I thought the trail was. But in the dim light, everything looked different. The trees seemed closer, more menacing, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal hands. The clearing no longer felt like a clearing, but a trap. Taking a deep breath, I started walking, my eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. The whispers grew fainter, as though retreating, but they never truly disappeared. They lingered in the back of my mind, like an echo I couldn't shake. And just when I thought I was safe, I caught one last glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, a shadow, slipping silently between the trees. It was gone before I could fully register it, but the feeling remained. I wasn't alone out here. Someone was watching me. To quicken my pace, not daring to look back. I didn't need to. Whatever was out there, it wasn't finished with me yet, and somehow I knew it never would be. I don't know exactly when fear turned into something primal, something that took over my legs before my mind could catch up. One moment I was standing there, staring at the edge of that clearing where the figure had been, still silent, watching me, and the next I was running as fast as my legs could carry me, without any clear direction, just an overwhelming urge to get away. The air felt heavier with every step I took, like the forest itself was closing in around me. My breath came in short, sharp gasps, clouding the cold night air in front of me. The beam of my flashlight bobbed wildly, illuminating flashes of twisted tree trunks and scattered underbrush. I tried to focus on the trail ahead, but it was difficult when my mind kept replaying what I had just seen, or thought I'd seen. Was it human? Could it have been an animal? It had stood too still, too upright, and there was something unnatural about the way it had vanished without making a sound. Twigs snapped behind me. I froze. I turned around, my flashlight trembling in my hand as I scanned the forest behind me. Shadows danced wildly between the trees, cast by the flickering beam of light. I couldn't see anything, no movement, no figure. Just the dark, dense forest and the unnerving silence that hung in the air like a thick fog. And yet I knew something was there, watching me, following me. Forcing myself to calm down, I tried to think logically. Maybe it was just an animal, a deer, or some other nocturnal creature spooked by my presence. But deep down, I didn't believe that. No animal I knew could move without making a sound, without rustling leaves or breaking branches underfoot. And no animal had ever made me feel this kind of fear before. A fear that gnawed at the edges of my sanity, making me question everything I thought I knew about this place. Another sound, this time closer. A soft, deliberate crunch of leaves. I didn't wait to see what it was. I started moving again, faster this time, forcing my way through the underbrush and over uneven ground. The flashlight flickered once, twice, then steadied, but the dim glow barely seemed enough to cut through the thick darkness around me. Every shadow felt alive. Every gust of wind carried whispers I couldn't quite understand. "Come on, Hunter, keep it together," I muttered under my breath, as much to hear my own voice as to ground myself in reality. But even my voice sounded strange, distorted by the cold, empty air. Suddenly, the ground dipped beneath my feet, and I stumbled forward, catching myself on a tree trunk just before I fell. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears, drowning out everything else. I leaned against the rough bark for a moment, trying to steady my breathing, when something caught my eye, a flicker of movement, just at the edge of the flashlight's beam. I turned the light toward it, my hands shaking so badly the beam wavered. Nothing, just trees and shadows. But I knew it had been there. Whatever it was playing with me now, staying just out of sight, just close enough to keep me on edge. That's when the whispers started again. Now, barely audible at first, like the wind brushing through leaves. But as I stood there, frozen in place, they grew louder, more distinct, until I could almost make out words, though not in any language I recognized. It was as if the forest itself was speaking to me, a chorus of voices rising and falling in a haunting, rhythmic pattern. I clutched the flashlight tighter, my knuckles white, and forced myself to keep moving. I didn't know where I was going anymore. I just knew I had to keep going. Staying in one place felt like an invitation for whatever was out there to come closer, to close the distance between us. The trail seemed endless, every step dragging me deeper into the heart of the forest. The cold gnawed at my skin, seeping through my jacket and into my bones. My mind was racing, 1,000 thoughts colliding at once. Was this real? Was I imagining all of this? Could I have gotten turned around and ended up off trail without realizing it? And then, just when I thought things couldn't get worse, my flashlight began to flicker again. "No, no, no," I whispered, tapping it desperately. The light steadied for a moment, then dimmed again, casting long, distorted shadows across the ground. Panic surged through me, and I quickened my pace, barely able to see where I was going. I didn't care anymore about staying on the trail. I just wanted to get out of there, to find open ground, light, people, anything but the oppressive darkness and the relentless whispers that followed me. Behind me, I heard it again, that soft crunch of leaves, deliberate and measured, like footsteps. Close, too close. I broke into a full sprint, my legs burning with the effort, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The whispers rose around me, growing louder and more insistent, until they seemed to be coming from all directions at once. My flashlight flickered one last time, then died completely, plunging me into darkness. For a brief, terrifying moment, I thought I was done for, that whatever was out there would finally catch me, that I would become another missing person in the endless wilderness of Great Basin National Park. But then, in the distance, I saw something. Faint, flickering lights, flashlights, a search party. My heart leapt, and I pushed myself harder, ignoring the pain in my legs and the burning in my lungs. The whispers faded as I neared the lights, replaced by the familiar sound of voices calling my name. I didn't stop until I was right in front of them, collapsing to my knees in the dirt. One of the rangers, a familiar face I couldn't quite place in the moment, knelt beside me, asking if I was okay. I tried to speak, to explain what had happened, but the words wouldn't come. All I could do was sit there, trembling, as the cold night pressed in around us. And even as they helped me to my feet and guided me back towards safety, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, watching, waiting, something that wasn't finished with me yet. I knew the moment I veered off the main trail that something was wrong. My gut had been screaming at me to turn back ever since I spotted that clearing and whatever was standing there. But fear has a funny way of messing with your logic. It clouds your instincts, makes you second-guess the very thing that could keep you alive. Now, here I was, miles from camp, with no clear idea of where I was or how to get back. I paused to catch my breath, leaning against the gnarled trunk of a bristlecone pine. The bark felt rough against my gloved hand, grounding me for a moment. I scanned my surroundings, hoping to find some landmark that looked familiar. But everything around me was a dark, twisted mirror of itself. The same towering trees, the same scattered underbrush, and that same oppressive silence hanging in the air. The kind of silence that wasn't natural. My radio crackled faintly, offering a brief glimmer of hope. I grabbed it, pressing the button. Hunter to base. Can anyone hear me? Static. Repeat, this is Hunter. I'm off the Wheeler Peak Trail, possibly north. Requesting assistance. More static. I swore under my breath and clipped the radio back onto my belt. I'd been in situations like this before. Lost hikers, sudden weather changes, equipment failures. But those times, there had always been something concrete to blame. Now, it felt like the forest itself was conspiring against me. Every time I thought I recognized a path or a cluster of rocks, I'd find myself somewhere entirely different, as if the landscape was shifting when I wasn't looking. The whispers started again, faint, almost indistinguishable from the wind. Except there wasn't any wind. The air was deathly still. I tried to ignore them, to focus on my breathing and the crunch of leaves beneath my boots. But the sound burrowed into my mind like an unwelcome guest. Just the wind, I muttered to myself. Nothing but the wind. Saying it aloud didn't make it any more convincing. I took a step forward, then another, picking my way carefully through the underbrush. The beam of my flashlight flickered, casting long, distorted shadows that danced across the trees. My heart pounded in my chest, loud enough that I was sure whatever was out there could hear it. Every instinct in me screamed to keep moving, to not stand still for too long. Minutes dragged by, or maybe it was hours. Time felt elastic, stretching and warping in the darkness. I couldn't tell how far I'd walked or if I was making any progress at all. The trees seemed to close in around me, their twisted branches forming an impenetrable canopy that blocked out even the faintest hint of moonlight. It was as if the forest wanted to swallow me whole. A cold chill crept down my spine, and it wasn't just the temperature. There was something out there, I could feel it, not see it, not hear it, but feel it. A presence, lurking just beyond the edges of my perception, watching, waiting. Keep it together, I whispered. You've been through worse. Except I hadn't. Not like this. I stopped again, forcing myself to think. Panic wouldn't help me now. I needed to stay calm to figure out where I was. I fumbled with my GPS, hoping against hope that it would get a signal. The screen blinked, loading, and then nothing. No signal. I stared at it in frustration, the faint glow of the screen illuminating my trembling hands. The whispers grew louder, not just a single voice now, but a chorus, overlapping and intertwining in a maddening symphony. They didn't form words, at least none that I could understand, but the tone was unmistakable, beckoning, taunting. Who's there? I called out, my voice echoing in the stillness. No response, just the whispers, always just out of reach, as if they were coming from inside my own head. A sudden rustling to my left made me spin around. Flashlight raised. The beam illuminated nothing but trees and shadows. I held my breath, listening intently, but all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart and those damned whispers. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being led somewhere, drawn deeper into the forest by unseen hands. I considered turning back, retracing my steps, but the truth was, I didn't know which direction I'd come from. Every path looked the same, and the deeper I went, the more disoriented I became. I was trapped in a maze of my own making. There was no way out. Then, in the distance, I saw it. A faint, flickering light. Relief washed over me. The search party. There had to be. I took a tentative step toward it. Then another, quickening my pace as hope blossomed in my chest. Hey, over here, I shouted, waving my flashlight. The light didn't move. It remained stationary, flickering like a candle in the wind. Something about it didn't feel right, but I was too desperate to care. I needed to get back to safety, to find someone, anyone who could help. I pushed forward, branches scraping against my jacket as I stumbled through the underbrush. The light grew closer, brighter, and for a brief moment, I thought I could hear voices. Real voices, human voices, calling my name. But as I neared the source, something shifted. The light dimmed, then blinked out entirely, leaving me alone in the darkness once more. Panic surged through me, threatening to overwhelm my senses. I spun around, searching for any sign of the search party, but there was nothing. Just the trees, the shadows, and the whispers, always the whispers. No, 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 I muttered, backing away. This isn't real. This can't be real. But it felt real. Too real. I don't know how long I stood there, paralyzed by fear and confusion. All I knew was that I couldn't stay. I had to keep moving, had to find a way out before the forest claimed me entirely. It was a trembling breath. I turned away from where the light had been and started walking, one step at a time, deeper into the unknown. I didn't know how long I had been walking by then. The cold gnawed at my face, each breath burning my lungs as if I were inhaling shards of ice. My flashlight flickered erratically, threatening to plunge me into darkness. I could feel the weight of the wilderness pressing in on me, as though the trees themselves were closing ranks, blocking out the sky. Every crunch of my boots on the frozen ground echoed too loudly in my ears, but it wasn't enough to drown out the whispers. The whispers gone, those whispers. They weren't just noise carried by the wind anymore. They were deliberate, like voices murmuring just behind me, speaking in a language I couldn't understand. Every now and then, I thought I caught a familiar word, but when I turned to listen more closely, the forest would fall silent again. The fear was constant now, a tight knot in my chest that grew heavier with every step I took. That's when I saw them, lights, faint and distant, flickering through the dense line of pines ahead. Relief washed over me, mingled with disbelief. Was it real? Was I hallucinating? My heart pounded as I strained my eyes to be sure. The lights didn't waver. They were moving, bobbing gently, as though carried by people walking through the woods. A search party. It had to be the other rangers, looking for me. I tried to call out, but my voice came out weak, barely more than a whisper. Clearing my throat, I shouted again, louder this time. "Hey, over here." My voice echoed back to me, swallowed by the oppressive silence of the forest. The lights continued moving, but none of them seemed to react to my calls. I stumbled forward, my legs numb and clumsy from the cold. The lights were close now, but something felt wrong. They weren't moving naturally. Instead of converging toward a central path, they drifted in erratic patterns, zigzagging between the trees as if carried by unseen hands. My breath caught in my throat as I realized there were no shadows accompanying the lights. No figures, no shapes, just orbs of light floating aimlessly in the darkness. "Hunter." My name. I heard it distinctly, whispered in a soft, lilting voice. But it didn't sound like anyone I knew. It didn't sound like it came from any direction at all. It seemed to hang in the air around me, pressing into my ears from every side. I froze, my heart thundering in my chest. Every instinct screamed at me to run. Where? Back into the darkness, where the whispers lurked, or toward the lights that now seemed anything but safe. Panic clawed at me, turning my breast ragged and shallow. I gripped my flashlight tighter, pointing it toward the nearest light. It flickered once, then went out completely, leaving me in pitch black. No, 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 no. I smacked the flashlight with my hand, desperate to get it working again. It flickered weakly, casting faint beams onto the snow-covered ground. But the light did little to push back the shadows. The whispers grew louder. I could hear them circling me, growing in intensity, though I still couldn't understand the words. The lights began to move faster, swirling around me like fireflies caught in a windstorm. My pulse pounded in my ears, and my breaths came in quick, shallow gasps. "Hunter." The voice again, clearer this time, closer. It didn't feel human. It was too smooth, too perfect, as if someone had taken a familiar tone and stretched it into something unnatural. I stumbled backward, tripping over a root and falling hard onto the frozen ground. The impact knocked the air out of me, but I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the searing pain in my hands and knees. The lights began to close in, forming a rough circle around me. Their glow illuminated the forest floor in strange patterns, casting twisting shadows that seemed to writhe like living things. I didn't wait to find out what would happen next. Mustering every ounce of strength I had left, I bolted toward the dim outline of the trail I thought I had come from. Branches tore at my jacket, and the cold air stung my face as I ran. But I didn't dare slow down. The lights followed, their erratic movements becoming frantic, almost aggressive. "Help!" I screamed, my voice cracking with desperation. "Somebody help me." For a moment, I thought I saw another light ahead, brighter and steadier than the ones chasing me. It looked like a ranger's flashlight pointed directly at me. "Hunter!" A voice called, familiar and real this time. I couldn't see who it was, but it was enough to spur me forward. I ran toward the voice, my legs burning with the effort, lungs aching with each ragged breath. The lights behind me began to fade, their glow swallowed by the encroaching darkness. The whispers receded, though they didn't vanish entirely. They lingered at the edges of my hearing, like a sinister promise that this wasn't over. At last, I broke through the tree line and into an open area. A group of rangers stood there, flashlights pointed in every direction. One of them rushed toward me, grabbing my shoulders and steadying me as I nearly collapsed. "Hunter, are you okay? What happened?" I opened my mouth to answer, but the words caught in my throat. How could I explain what I had just experienced? How could I make them understand something I barely understood myself? All I could do was shake my head, the terror still coursing through my veins. I glanced back at the forest behind me. It was silent now, the lights gone, The whispers were placed by the cold wind rustling through the trees. But I knew, deep down, that something had been out there with me. Something that wasn't entirely human. And somehow, I knew it wasn't the last time I would feel its presence. I've never felt true panic before. Not the kind that grips your chest like a vice and squeezes the breath right out of your lungs. That here, alone in the dark wilderness with the cold gnawing at my fingers and the whispers circling me like a predator. I felt it. My flashlight flickered again, casting jittery beams of light onto the surrounding trees, their twisted shapes looking more like grotesque figures in the night. "Stay calm, Hunter. Just stay calm," I muttered under my breath, more for my own sanity than anything else. I forced myself to breathe steadily, though every instinct screamed at me to run. But where would I run to? I had long since lost track of where I was. The trail had vanished beneath my feet, replaced by uneven ground and thick underbrush. Then I saw them, lights, real lights, distant but unmistakable, bobbing gently in the darkness. The search party. Relief washed over me in an overwhelming wave. I raised my hand and waved my flashlight frantically, trying to signal them. "Hey, over here." My voice cracked, weak and desperate, but it was all I could manage. "I'm here." The lights didn't stop moving. They continued to drift through the trees, as if the searchers hadn't heard me at all. I took a shaky step forward, then another. My legs felt like they were made of lead, but I forced myself onward. Each step was accompanied by the sound of leaves crunching underfoot and the distant, ever-present whispers that seemed to ebb and flow with the wind. I tried the radio again. Static, just static. It hissed in my ear like a living thing, mocking my efforts. The lights continued to move ahead of me, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw a figure holding one of them. The shape was indistinct, blurred by distance and the erratic flickering of my flashlight. But it was there, I was sure of it. "Wait, please wait." I stumbled forward, heart pounding in my chest. My boots caught on a root, and I nearly fell face first into the cold earth. I caught myself just in time, but the impact jarred me, sending a fresh jolt of fear through my body. I got back to my feet, legs trembling. The lights seemed closer now, but something wasn't right. They flickered in a way that didn't seem natural, as though they weren't held by steady hands but rather swayed with an unnatural rhythm. I hesitated, a cold dread settling over me. "This isn't right," I whispered to myself. My breath came out in pale puffs of vapor, visible in the beam of my flashlight. The whispers around me grew louder, almost as if they could sense my hesitation. They were more distinct now, forming sounds that could almost be words but not quite. I shook my head, trying to clear it. This was exhaustion, cold, fear, nothing more. I had to keep moving, pushing myself forward. I closed the distance between me and the lights. I could hear faint voices now, or thought I could. They sounded distorted, like they were coming through a thick layer of water, garbled and distant. But they were calling my name. "Hunter." My stomach twisted into knots. I forced myself to keep walking, but every step felt harder, as if the forest itself was resisting me. The ground grew uneven, and my vision blurred slightly from the cold and fatigue. I was so close now, so close. Then, without warning, the lights vanished. Dawn, just like that. "No, no, no, no." My voice echoed uselessly into the darkness. I stumbled forward, desperate to find them again. But there was nothing, only darkness and silence. Even the whispers had faded, leaving behind an oppressive stillness that pressed down on me like a heavy weight. My legs gave out. I collapsed onto my knees, gasping for breath. The cold seeped through my clothes, biting into my skin. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat echoing in my ears like a drum. For a moment I thought about giving up, letting the cold take me. I was so tired, so very tired. But then I heard it again. Faint, distant, but unmistakable. "Hunter, we're here." The voice was clearer now, and it didn't sound garbled or distorted. Sounded real. I lifted my head, straining to see through the darkness. A faint light appeared, far ahead of me but steady. It didn't flicker or sway unnaturally like the others. Summoning the last of my strength, I pushed myself to my feet and staggered toward it. Each step felt like a monumental effort, but I didn't stop. Couldn't stop. As I drew closer, the light grew brighter. I could see figures now, real figures dressed in familiar ranger uniforms. Relief flooded me once more, and this time it felt genuine. "Hunter," one of them called out, his voice clear and urgent. I stumbled the last few steps into their midst and collapsed again, this time into the comforting grip of one of my colleagues. Everything around me felt hazy, distant. Their voices blurred together as they tried to talk to me, ask me what happened. I wanted to answer, to explain the lights, the whispers, the fear, but I couldn't find the words. Darkness crept in at the edges of my vision, and before I could fight it off, it swallowed me whole. I woke up to the sound of muffled voices and the sharp scent of antiseptic. My eyes fluttered open, and the dim light above me came into focus. I was lying on a stiff cot, wrapped in a scratchy wool blanket. Took me a moment to realize where I was, the ranger station. Relief should have washed over me, but instead, a lingering unease clung to me like a second skin. "He's awake," someone said softly. Turning my head, I saw Officer Harris standing near the doorway, his brow furrowed in concern. Another ranger, Claire, hovered beside him with a steaming mug in her hands. The warmth of the room contrasted starkly with the chill that seemed to have seeped into my bones out there in the woods. "What happened?" My voice came out as a raspy whisper, my throat dry and raw. Harris approached, his heavy boots thudding against the wooden floor. "We found you near the trailhead, unconscious. You were out cold and shivering pretty bad. What the hell were you doing so deep in the woods, Hunter?" I tried to sit up, but my body felt like lead. Memories of the night flooded back in a disjointed blur. The whispers, the carvings, the figure in the clearing. My heartbeat quickened as if responding to an unseen threat. I didn't know where to begin. There was something out there, I managed, my mind struggling to piece together the right words. I saw footprints, heard voices. I thought I was chasing someone, but I trailed off, unsure of how to explain what had happened without sounding unhinged. Claire exchanged a glance with Harris. She set the mug down on a nearby table and sat beside me, her expression cautious but kind. "You were alone out there for hours. Maybe it was just the cold playing tricks on your mind. Hypothermia can do strange things." I shook my head, the movement sending a dull ache through my skull. "It wasn't hypothermia," I said, more forcefully than I intended. "I know what I saw. There was something following me, something watching." Harris sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. "Look, we checked the area where we found you. No footprints, no signs of anyone else. Just your tracks leading in circles." He hesitated, then added, "You must have gotten turned around out there. It happens even to the best of us." I wanted to argue, to tell them about the whispers and the figure in the clearing, but I could see the skepticism in their eyes. They thought I was imagining things. Maybe I would have thought the same if I were in their shoes. "Get some rest," Claire said, her voice gentle but firm. "You've been through a lot. We'll talk more in the morning." They left me alone in the room, the door clicking softly shut behind them. I stared at the ceiling, the shadows from the dim light above shifting slightly with every flicker of the bulb. Exhaustion weighed heavily on me, but my mind refused to quiet down. The memory of the clearing played over and over in my head. The unnatural silence, the figure that seemed to melt into the shadows, and the whispers that had grown louder, almost deafening. What had I really seen out there? Was it something explainable, a trick of the mind, as Claire suggested? Or was there something more lurking in the depths of Great Basin National Park? Something beyond comprehension? I closed my eyes, but sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the building, Every rustle of the wind outside made my pulse quicken. I felt like I was still out there, lost in the woods, with something unseen watching from the darkness. In the early hours of the morning, just before dawn, I finally drifted off into a restless sleep. My dreams were filled with twisted trees and distant whispers, pulling me deeper into a place where the light never reached. When I woke again, sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm, golden rays across the room. For a moment, the events of the previous night felt like a distant nightmare, something my mind had conjured in the dead of night. But the ache in my body and the frostbite still tingling in my fingers reminded me that it had been all too real. A knock on the door broke the silence. Claire entered with a tray holding a steaming bowl of oatmeal and another mug of coffee. She placed it on the table and pulled up a chair. "How are you feeling?" she asked, her tone softer now. "Better, I guess," I said, though I wasn't entirely sure if that was true. She hesitated before speaking again. "Hunter, I don't want to dismiss what you experienced. You know this park better than most of us. If you say something was out there, well, maybe we should take another look." Her words surprised me. I met her gaze, searching for any hint of mockery, but found only sincerity. "Thanks," I said quietly. "We'll take a team out later today," she continued, "just to be sure. In the meantime, you need to rest and recover." I nodded, though deep down, I knew they wouldn't find anything. Whatever had been out there wasn't something that left easy traces. It wasn't something that could be found by simply retracing my steps. As Claire left the room, I stared out the window, watching the sunlight dance on the frost-covered trees. Despite the warmth of the morning, a cold dread settled in my chest. Something had been out there, something that didn't belong, and somehow I knew it wasn't over. It's been 3 days since that night. 3 days, and I still can't close my eyes without seeing shadows flickering at the edge of my vision. Hearing those damn whispers carried on a windless breeze, they haunt me. Not in a way that sends me into a panic, but in the quiet moments when my mind drifts. That's when they creep back in. I've tried to convince myself it was all in my head, that the stress of the job, the isolation, and maybe even my own grief twisted reality into something unrecognizable. But part of me knows deep down that what I experienced wasn't just a product of a tired mind. It was real, or at least as real as anything can be in this wilderness where nature makes its own rules. The other rangers have stopped asking questions. They don't say it, but I know they think I got spooked, that the solitude finally got to me. Maybe they're right. I almost wish they were. It's easier to believe I imagined it all than to accept the alternative. That there's something out there, lurking, waiting, watching. This morning, a report came in about a missing hiker. A man named Paul Garza, mid-30s, experienced backpacker. He set out 2 days ago and never checked back in. Last seen heading toward Wheeler Peak. My heart sank when I heard the name of the trail. That same damn trail. I stared at the map on the wall of the ranger station, tracing the familiar route with my finger. The same path I'd walked that night. The thought of going back out there twists my gut in knots, but a strange pull, curiosity, duty, maybe something darker, urges me to volunteer for the search. Before I can stop myself, the words leave my mouth. "I'll join the search party." My colleagues exchange glances. One of them, Mike, a ranger with a decade more experience than me, looks skeptical. "You sure, Hunter? You've been through enough already." I nod, keeping my voice steady. I know the area better than anyone after that night. I'll be fine. Mike doesn't argue. Maybe he can see something in my eyes that tells him I need this, that I have to go back. Not just for the hiker, but for myself. An hour later, I'm back on the trail, the cold air biting in my face. The forest feels different during the day. Less menacing, more indifferent. The shadows aren't as long, and the trees don't seem to lean in quite so closely. But I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Maybe it's just my imagination playing tricks on me again. But I swear the air feels heavier here, like it's waiting for something. As we move deeper into the woods, I catch myself glancing over my shoulder more than once. Mike notices. "You all right?" he asks quietly. "Yeah," I lie. "Just staying alert." We don't find anything unusual at first. Just the usual signs of a hiker. Footprints, broken twigs, a water bottle left behind. But as we near the clearing where I saw whatever it was that night, the tension in my chest tightens. I try to push it down, to focus on the task at hand. But every sound, the rustle of leaves, the snap of a branch, feels amplified, more sinister. We reach the clearing. I stop at the edge, my eyes scanning the area. It looks the same as before, calm, undisturbed. But I know better now. Calm is when the forest hides its secrets. Mike steps ahead, calling out Paul's name, his voice echoing through the trees. Nothing answers but the wind. I'm about to follow when something catches my eye near the base of a tree. It's faint, barely visible unless you're looking for it. But it's there. A marking carved into the bark. The same strange symbols I saw that night. My heart pounds in my chest as I step closer. I trace the carvings with my fingers, feeling the rough grooves beneath my touch. They're fresh. Someone or something has been here recently. "Hunter." Mike's voice cuts through the silence. "You see something?" I hesitate, then shake my head. "Nothing. Let's keep moving." But as we leave the clearing, I can't help but feel those carvings weren't just a coincidence. They were a sign, a warning maybe that whatever is out here isn't done with me yet. By the time we return to the station, we still haven't found any trace of Paul beyond the initial signs. It's as if he vanished into thin air. The search will continue tomorrow, but tonight, all I can do is sit in my cabin, staring out the window at the dark forest beyond. The wind howls, carrying with it the faintest echo of a whisper. I don't know what happened to Paul, and I don't know what I saw that night. But one thing is certain. Something in these woods defies explanation. Something ancient. Something patient. I can feel it watching me even now, hidden behind the trees and the shadows. Waiting. I close my eyes, but sleep doesn't come easily. Instead, I hear those whispers again, soft and chilling, as if carried by the wind itself. And I wonder, if the forest has secrets it doesn't want to share, how long before it claims someone else, or worse, comes back for me? I don't know why I felt uneasy that morning. Maybe it was the way the fog clung stubbornly to the trees, draping the forest in a heavy gray veil. Maybe it was the cold, sharper than it should have been for late autumn, cutting through my jacket like a blade. Or maybe it was something else entirely, something I couldn't put into words, something instinctual. But whatever it was, I ignored it. After all, this was supposed to be just another patrol. "Mary Foster?" Ranger Daniel's voice crackled over the old radio clipped to my vest. His tone was casual, almost bored, as if he'd done this 1,000 times before. And he probably had. "Yeah, I'm heading out now," I replied, forcing a confidence into my voice that I didn't quite feel. This was my first solo patrol since joining the Ranger team, and I was determined to prove I wasn't just some rookie who needed hand-holding. I wasn't about to let a little fog and a creeping sense of dread get the better of me. The forest stretched out before me, vast and quiet, the kind of quiet that made you feel like you didn't belong. I tightened the straps on my backpack, adjusted my hat, and started down the narrow dirt path that wound through the dense pines. My boots crunched against the fallen leaves and twigs, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness. "This area is pretty straightforward," Daniels had told me earlier. "Stick to the trail, check the markers, and you'll be back before noon." Simple enough, right? Except as I walked, the trail didn't feel straightforward at all. The fog seemed to thicken with every step, blurring the trees into shadowy silhouettes. I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often than I cared to admit, half expecting to see, well, something, but there was nothing. just the endless rows of pine trees standing like silent sentinels. Still, the uneasy feeling lingered, gnawing at the edges of my mind. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just nerves. New job, new responsibilities, it was normal to feel a little on edge. Besides, I loved the wilderness. That's why I took this job in the first place, to be out here in the heart of nature, away from the noise and chaos of the city. I quickened my pace, focusing on the familiar rhythm of walking. Breathe in, step forward, exhale, step forward. It worked for a while. My thoughts began to settle, and I started to feel more at ease. The fog, while still thick, didn't seem as oppressive. I even caught a glimpse of a deer darting through the trees, its slender form vanishing into the mist like a ghost. For a moment I smiled. Maybe this wasn't so bad after all. But that feeling didn't last long. About an hour into the patrol, I heard it. A sound that didn't belong. It wasn't the rustle of leaves or the call of a bird. It was something different, a faint, distant noise, like a low whisper carried by the wind. I stopped in my tracks, straining to listen. The forest around me was still, the kind of stillness that makes your skin prickle. Probably just the wind, I muttered under my breath, though I wasn't entirely convinced. The sound didn't repeat, and after a few more seconds of standing there like an idiot, I decided to keep moving. No point in spooking myself over nothing. But as I continued, I couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was out there, just beyond the edge of the fog, watching, waiting. By the time I reached the halfway point of the patrol route, my nerves were frayed. The forest had grown darker, the mist thicker, and the air colder. I pulled out my radio, thinking it might be a good idea to check in with Daniels. But before I could press the button, something caught my eye. A shadow flickering between the trees, too fast and too far away to identify. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small and uncertain in the vast emptiness. No response, only silence. I waited a moment longer, scanning the trees for any sign of movement, but the shadow, if it had been real at all, was gone. Swallowing hard, I lowered the radio and pressed on, my mind racing with possibilities. Maybe it was just an animal, I told myself, or maybe my imagination was playing tricks on me. Yeah, that had to be it. Still, I couldn't shake the sense that I wasn't alone out here. And as the fog closed in around me once more, I couldn't help but wonder if I'd made a mistake coming out here alone. I'd wanted to prove myself, to show everyone I was capable. But now, for the first time, I felt a flicker of doubt. Because out here, in the middle of this vast, silent forest, it didn't matter how confident I was or how much I wanted to succeed. Out here, I was just a rookie ranger, and something about that felt dangerous. The deeper I went into the forest, the more I felt it. That creeping sense of unease that I couldn't quite shake. Sure, I had read about this feeling before. How dense woods, the vast emptiness, and the absence of familiar surroundings can play tricks on your mind. But this was different. It wasn't just my mind wandering into paranoia. It felt tangible, like something unseen had its eyes on me. I gripped the radio clip to my vest, running my thumb over the cold metal, half expecting Daniels to call me back with some last-minute advice. The crackle of static reassured me that, at least for now, I wasn't completely cut off from the world. The forest was unnaturally quiet. No birdsong, no rustling leaves. Just the crunch of my boots on the damp earth and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. I tried not to overthink it. Maybe I had arrived at a bad time of day when the wildlife was simply inactive. Or maybe... No, I wasn't gonna let my imagination get ahead of me. I kept walking, following the narrow, barely marked trail that wound through the pines. The air was thick with the scent of wet bark and decaying leaves. Each breath felt heavy, almost oppressive, as if the forest itself didn't want me there. And then I heard it, a sound, faint and distant, carried on the wind. It wasn't the chirp of a bird or the rustle of an animal in the underbrush. No, this was something else entirely. It was high-pitched, almost like a whistle, but there was something off about it. It didn't seem natural. I stopped in my tracks, listening intently. The sound faded into silence as quickly as it had come. My heart thumped a little harder in my chest. It was probably nothing, just the wind playing tricks, I told myself. But deep down, I didn't believe that. I scanned the trees around me, their towering trunks stretching high into the misty canopy above. Nothing moved. Nothing looked out of place. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. "Come on, Jack. Don't start freaking out already," I muttered under my breath, trying to inject some confidence into my voice. The sound of my own voice was oddly comforting, a small reminder that I wasn't completely swallowed by the silence. I kept walking, my pace a little quicker now. The trail twisted and turned, weaving through dense clusters of trees. Every now and then, I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something following me. But there was nothing, just the endless rows of pines, their branches tangled and thick, blocking out most of the daylight. The sound came again, this time a little closer. It was the same high-pitched whistle, but now it had an almost melodic quality to it, like someone was deliberately trying to get my attention. I froze, gripping the radio tightly. "Daniels, this is Jack. Do you copy?" I said, my voice steady but low. Static crackled on the other end, followed by silence. I tried again. "Daniels, I'm hearing something strange out here. Can you hear me?" Nothing. A shiver ran down my spine. I was starting to feel genuinely unnerved now. The rational part of my brain told me it was just interference, that I was too deep in the woods for a clear signal. But another part of me, the part that had been raised on ghost stories and campfire legends, whispered something different. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. Maybe it was just another ranger messing with me. Initiation prank, perhaps. It wouldn't be the first time a rookie got hazed. But that didn't feel right either. There was something too deliberate about the sound. It wasn't playful. It was persistent. I decided to keep moving. Staying still wouldn't do me any good. As I pressed forward, I noticed how the forest seemed to grow denser, the trees pressing in on either side of the trail. The air felt colder too, like I had crossed some invisible boundary into a different part of the woods. The sound came a third time, closer, louder, more distinct. This time I could hear that it wasn't just a whistle. There was something underneath it, a now almost imperceptible hum that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I stopped again, scanning the forest around me. My eyes darted from tree to tree, searching for any sign of movement. For a moment, I thought I saw something, a shadow shifting among the pines. But when I blinked, it was gone. "Okay, Jack, you're officially losing it," I said aloud, trying to break the tension. But my voice sounded hollow in the vast emptiness, swallowed by the forest. I took another step forward, and that's when I realized something chilling. The sound wasn't coming from in front of me. It was coming from behind. I spun around, heart pounding in my chest. The trail stretched back the way I had come, empty and silent. But the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. I gripped the radio again, hesitating. Should I call Daniels one more time? What if I was just being paranoid? Before I could decide, the sound came again, this time from the right, deeper into the forest. My instincts screamed at me not to follow it, but curiosity and fear pulled me in both directions. If someone was out there, maybe they needed help. But if it was something else, I took a step off the trail, my boots sinking slightly into the soft earth. The forest felt different here. Quieter, darker, more oppressive. Each step felt heavier, like the trees themselves were watching, waiting. The sound came again, clearer now. It was definitely deliberate. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an animal. And it wasn't my imagination. I kept moving forward, drawn by a mix of fear and curiosity, unaware that I was already too far from the trail to find my way back easily. The forest around me seemed to shift, the trees pressing in closer, the air growing colder with every step. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the sound stopped. Silence enveloped me once more, heavy and suffocating. I stood there, heart pounding in my chest, unsure of what to do next. That was when I realized something that sent a chill down my spine. I didn't know which way was back. It all started with that sound, faint at first, like the distant echo of wind slipping through cracks in an old house. But this wasn't wind. It was something else, something deliberate. I stopped in my tracks, ears straining, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. It wasn't animal-like, no rustling of wings or skittering of claws. It was almost like whispering, though too far away to understand. I should have turned back right then, retraced my steps and stuck to the patrol route like Daniels had warned me. But I didn't. Curiosity, or maybe arrogance, got the better of me. I mean, how else was I supposed to learn if I didn't push myself a little? At least, that's what I told myself at the time. I had always read that the forest can play tricks on your mind, especially when you're alone. But this felt different. I couldn't explain it, but something about that sound gnawed me. I took a deep breath, adjusted my radio strap, and stepped off the trail. Just a quick look, I muttered under my breath, as if saying it aloud would make it true. The air felt heavier as soon as I left the familiar path, and the trees seemed to loom larger, their twisted branches blocking out what little sunlight remained. Every step I took felt muffled, like the forest floor was swallowing the sound of my boots. After a few minutes, I realized I could no longer hear the strange sound, or anything else, for that matter. No birdsong, no rustling leaves, nothing. Just the silence pressing in on me from all sides. That was the first moment I felt it. The nagging itch at the back of my mind telling me I'd made a mistake. Still, I didn't turn back. I kept going, thinking I could find something, anything that would justify my detour. "Daniels, come in," I said into my radio, just to check in and ground myself. A crackle of static answered me. I tried again. "Daniels, this is Jack. Do you copy?" More static. Great. Either I was too deep in the woods, or something was interfering with the signal. I glanced back over my shoulder, expecting to see the trail behind me, but it wasn't there. My heart skipped a beat. I turned in a slow circle, searching for the familiar dirt path I had left just moments ago. But all I saw were trees, tall, dark, and identical in every direction. Somehow I had veered farther than I thought. The forest didn't just look dense. It felt endless, stretching in every direction like a living maze. I told myself to stay calm. Panicking would only make things worse. I had studied wilderness navigation during my training. Take a direction and stick to it, they said. So, I chose what I thought was the way back and started walking. But the farther I went, the less sure I became. Nothing looked familiar, and the eerie silence was starting to get to me. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours, though it couldn't have been more than 20 minutes. I tried to focus on landmarks, anything that might help me find my way back. But every tree looked the same, every bush identical to the last. The deeper I went, the more disoriented I became. It felt like the forest was shifting around me, closing in tighter with every step. Then I noticed something strange. A patch of bark on a nearby tree caught my eye, scarred with deep, jagged lines. At first, I thought it was claw marks from a bear, but the longer I looked, the less it made sense. The scratches were too long, too straight, and spaced too evenly. I ran my fingers over them, and a chill ran down my spine. They didn't feel natural. They felt deliberate, like someone or something had carved them. I snapped a picture with my phone, hoping to examine it later, assuming I ever made it back. That thought sent a fresh wave of unease through me. For the first time, I admitted to myself that I might actually be lost. Truly lost. The kind of lost they don't teach you how to handle in training, because no one expects it to happen on your first week alone in the field. I tried the radio again. "Daniels, can you hear me? I'm off the trail and I might be lost. Come in." Nothing. just static and the faint hiss of dead air. I cursed under my breath, gripping the radio tightly as if that would somehow force it to work. Then I heard it again, that same sound, the one that had lured me off the trail in the first place. Only now it was closer, clearer. It wasn't wind. It wasn't whispering. It was something in between, like a voice just on the edge of hearing, speaking words I couldn't quite make out. My skin prickled, and for the first time, real fear took hold. I turned in a slow circle again, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. There was nothing, no one, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, but deep down, I knew better. Stay calm, Jack, I whispered to myself. Just stay calm and keep moving. But as I took my next step, something in the air shifted. The silence grew heavier, almost tangible, pressing down on me like an invisible weight. I realized then that this wasn't just a regular forest. Something was wrong here, something I couldn't see but could definitely feel. And for the first time since I'd stepped off the trail, I wasn't sure if I would make it back. I didn't panic at first, not really. I mean, getting lost in the woods wasn't exactly unheard of, especially for a rookie like me. I told myself it was just a matter of backtracking. I'd gone off the trail only a short distance, right? All I had to do was turn around and retrace my steps. Easy enough. Except it wasn't. The deeper I walked, the more everything looked the same. Endless rows of towering pines, their thick trunks stretching upward into a canopy that blocked out most of the late afternoon light. The air was heavy, damp with the scent of pine and decaying leaves. My footsteps made soft, crunching sounds against the forest floor, the only noise in an otherwise eerie silence. That's what unsettled me first, the silence. Forests are supposed to be alive with sound. Birds calling, leaves rustling in the wind, maybe the occasional snap of a twig under a passing animal. But here, nothing. No birds, no insects, just me alone with the growing sense that something was off. I tried the radio again. Daniels, come in. I might have taken a wrong turn. Only static answered. I adjusted the frequency, hoping to get a clearer signal. Daniels, you there? Eva. More static, faint and crackling. I thought I heard something, maybe his voice cutting in, but it was too distorted to make out. I lowered the radio, swallowing hard as the unease crept a little deeper into my chest. I glanced around, trying to get my bearings, but every direction looked the same. I was sure I'd come from the west, so I turned and started walking in what I thought was the right direction. But after about 10 minutes, I stopped, realizing I was only getting more turned around. The trees seemed closer now, denser, as if they'd shifted somehow, closing ranks behind me. Come on, Jack. Get a grip? I muttered under my breath, more to hear my own voice than anything else. It felt strangely comforting, a reminder that I was still here, still real, in a place that was starting to feel anything but. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to think logically. I'd learned basic navigation in training, sun position, landmarks, even moss patterns on trees. But none of that seemed to help now. The sun was barely visible through the thick canopy above, casting only a dim, diffuse light that didn't give me much to go on. And the trees, I swear they all looked identical. Same rough bark, same thick branches tangled with moss. That's when I noticed something odd. The ground beneath my feet felt softer, almost spongy, as if I was stepping on damp moss. I crouched down to get a better look and found that the forest floor was covered in a strange layer of plant matter. Not moss exactly, but something thicker, darker, and damp to the touch. I pulled my hand back quickly, wiping it on my pants. The smell it left behind was earthy but slightly metallic, like wet iron. Then I heard it, the sound that had lured me off the trail in the first place. Only now it was closer, too close. It wasn't a natural sound. It didn't belong to any bird or animal I knew. It was faint, like whispering carried on the wind, just on the edge of hearing. But there was no wind. The air was still heavy with that damp, metallic smell. I froze, every instinct telling me to stay perfectly still. My eyes scanned the trees, searching for the source, but there was nothing, just the endless forest stretching in all directions. The whispering stopped, and for a moment, I thought I'd imagined it. But then, as I took a cautious step forward, I heard something else, soft, deliberate footsteps, following mine. I spun around, heart pounding in my chest. Hello? Is someone there? No answer, just silence. I waited, every muscle tensed, my breath shallow and quick. I couldn't see anything, no movement, no sign of another person. But I felt it, that unmistakable sensation of being watched, of eyes following my every move from just beyond the edge of sight. I didn't wait to find out who or what might be out there. I turned and started walking faster, each step crunching loudly in the unnatural quiet. I didn't care if I made noise now. I just wanted to put as much distance as possible between me and whatever that was. But no matter how far I went, the feeling didn't leave me. The forest felt wrong, like it was somehow alive and aware of my presence. The whispering, the footsteps, they weren't random. They were deliberate, purposeful. I tried the radio again, my voice trembling slightly. Daniels, come in. I'm lost. If you can hear me, please respond. Static. Then, faintly, a voice, distorted but unmistakably human. I clung to the sound like a lifeline, pressing the radio closer to my ear. CK, where you? Daniels, I almost shouted. I can't see the trail. I need directions. Evo. But the voice faded, replaced once again by static. I lowered the radio, frustration mixing with fear. I was on my own now, and the sun was starting to set. If I didn't find my way back soon, I'd be spending the night out here, alone in a forest that didn't feel right. And something told me I wasn't the only one out here. I don't know how long I've been walking. Could be minutes, could be hours. Time feels strange out here. The deeper I go into the woods, the more everything starts to look the same. Towering pines stretch endlessly in every direction, their trunks darkened by the damp air and wrapped in thick patches of moss. My heart pounds steadily in my chest, a reminder that fear is creeping up on me, no matter how hard I try to suppress it. I stop for a moment, take a deep breath, and scan my surroundings. Nothing but trees, mist, and silence. Too much silence. That's the part that's really getting to me. The absence of sound. No birds, no insects, just the occasional rustling of leaves under my boots. Even the wind, which should be whistling through the branches, feels muted. It's as if the forest itself is holding its breath. Stay calm, Jack. You'll find the trail. I mutter under my breath, my voice barely more than a whisper. It sounds ridiculous, but hearing my own voice feels grounding, like it anchors me to reality. I pick a direction and start moving again, hoping it will lead me somewhere recognizable. That's when I see it. At first, I think it's just a random gash in the bark of a tree, a jagged scar caused by weather or maybe an animal. But as I get closer, I realize it's something else entirely. The cut is too precise, too deliberate. Deep grooves carved into the bark, forming some kind of symbol. It doesn't look like anything I recognize. A rough triangle with intersecting lines running through it, almost like some kind of rune. I reach out, my fingers brushing the edge of the carving. The wood feels cold, unnaturally so, as if it's been frozen from the inside out. A shiver runs down my spine. I quickly pull my hand back, wiping my fingers on my pants as if I've touched something tainted. What the hell is this? I whisper, glancing around nervously. That's when I notice another tree with the same marking. Then another, and another. It's like they're forming a path, a twisted breadcrumb trail leading deeper into the forest. Part of me wants to turn around and go the other way. Forget about the strange symbols. Forget about why I'm out here in the first place. But something else, something I can't quite explain, pulls me forward. Curiosity, stubbornness, maybe both. As I move past the trees, the air feels heavier, like the atmosphere itself is pressing down on me. Each breath I take feels thick, almost tangible. My steps slow as I approach another marked tree, this one with fresh sap dripping from the grooves, the amber liquid glistening unnaturally in the dim light. I could swear it looks like the tree is bleeding. A loud snap echoes from somewhere behind me, and I freeze. My pulse quickens as my ears strain to pick up any other sounds. Nothing, just the lingering silence, more oppressive than before. I'm not alone out here. I can feel it. That sensation you get when someone's watching you, that prickling awareness at the back of your neck, is there, growing stronger with every passing second. I turn slowly, scanning the trees, but there's nothing. No movement, no figures lurking in the shadows. Get it together, Jack. I whisper to myself, though my voice trembles slightly. It's just your mind playing tricks on you, but it doesn't feel like a trick. Feels real. Too real. I press on, keeping my eyes on the ground, trying to ignore the symbols carved into the trees around me. My breath comes in shallow bursts now, each one clouding the air in front of me. The cold has crept in deeper, biting at my skin despite my thick ranger jacket. Then, out of nowhere, I hear it again, the footsteps, soft, deliberate, echoing mine. They stop when I stop. My mind races, trying to rationalize what's happening. Maybe it's an animal. Maybe another ranger out here, though that seems unlikely. Or maybe it's... I shake the thought away before it can fully form. I don't want to give it power by acknowledging it. Hello, the call out, my voice louder than I intended. It echoes briefly, swallowed quickly by the dense forest around me. No answer. The silence feels deafening now. Every fiber of my being is screaming at me to run. But where? I don't even know where I am anymore. Running blindly through unfamiliar terrain isn't exactly the smartest move, especially with nightfall creeping closer. I glance at the trees around me again, at those strange carvings that seem to watch me like 1,000 unblinking eyes. Whatever this is, it's not normal. Something's out here with me, something I can't see, but can definitely feel. I take another deep breath, forcing myself to keep moving, one step at a time. That's all I can do. But with every step, the unease grows, tightening around me like an invisible vice. And somewhere in the distance, faint but unmistakable, I hear it again, that strange whispering sound. Closer now, too close. I couldn't tell how long I had been walking. The forest was different now, darker somehow, as if the shadows had grown thicker, more alive. The cold crept into my bones, and each step felt heavier than the last. My flashlight flickered in the growing gloom, casting shaky beams across the twisted shapes of the trees. I kept telling myself I wasn't lost, that I just needed to keep moving and I'd find the trail again. But deep down, I knew better. That's when I saw it. Half hidden by thick underbrush and cloaked in mist was a structure. A small cabin, or maybe an old ranger outpost. The wooden walls were weathered and cracked, the roof partially caved in by years of neglect. Ivy had claimed much of the exterior, weaving through the decaying boards like veins feeding a dying body. It looked abandoned, forgotten by the world. I hesitated. Every instinct told me to keep walking, to steer clear of that place. But I was exhausted. My ankle throbbed from stumbling over roots, and the air had grown too thick with silence. I needed a moment to gather my thoughts, to rest, just for a little while. The door creaked loudly as I pushed it open, the sound echoing through the empty woods behind me. I stepped inside and immediately felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold outside. The air was stale, heavy with the scent of damp wood and mildew. My flashlight swept across the small, single-room interior. There was a broken-down table in the center, a few chairs toppled over, and shelves lining the walls, most of them empty or covered in dust. But it was the journal on the table that caught my eye. I picked it up carefully, as if it might crumble in my hands. The cover was worn leather, the kind that looked older than anything else in the room. Slipping it open, I found pages filled with handwritten notes. The writing was shaky, as though the person who'd written it had been in a rush or terrified. The first few entries were mundane, describing daily ranger duties, weather conditions, and sightings of wildlife. But as I read further, the tone shifted. The writer began mentioning strange sounds in the woods at night, whispers carried by the wind, and the unsettling feeling of being watched. My heart pounded harder with every word. One entry stood out more than the rest. "Something's out there. I've seen it, but only in glimpses. It watches from the shadows, moves when you're not looking." I thought it was just my mind playing tricks, but now I'm sure it's real. The next few pages were filled with increasingly erratic writing. The ranger, whoever they were, seemed to be spiraling into paranoia. The last entry was unfinished, the final line trailing off mid-sentence. "If anyone finds this, don't trust the forest. There's not just trees. It's..." That was it. Nothing more. A sudden noise outside made me freeze. It was faint, like the crunch of leaves underfoot, but in the silence of the cabin, it sounded deafening. I turned off my flashlight instinctively, plunging myself into darkness. My breathing slowed as I strained to listen. There it was again, closer this time. Footsteps, deliberate and slow, circling the cabin. I gripped the journal tightly, my knuckles white with tension. My mind raced. Was it another ranger looking for me? An animal? Or was it something else? Minutes passed, or maybe just seconds. I couldn't tell anymore. The footsteps stopped, and all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart. I stayed still, waiting, listening, praying that whatever it was had moved on. Eventually, I dared to turn my flashlight back on, the faint beam barely pushing back the darkness. I stuffed the journal into my pack, feeling a strange sense of urgency. I couldn't stay here. This place didn't feel safe. If anything, it felt like a trap. As I stepped back outside, the forest seemed to hold its breath. The mist clung to the ground, swirling lazily around my feet. I took one last look at the abandoned outpost, a sinking feeling settling in my gut. Whoever had written that journal hadn't made it out, and if I didn't keep moving, I might not either. I didn't know what was out there, but I was certain of one thing: it wasn't done with me yet. I sat down on the creaky wooden floor of the abandoned outpost, leaning my back against the splintered wall. My breathing was ragged, each exhale visible in the cold air as wisps of fog. The dim light filtering through the cracked windows barely illuminated the small, decaying room. It smelled of damp wood and mildew, mixed with something metallic. Rust, maybe. I couldn't tell if the chill I felt was from the cold or the growing sense of dread gnawing at my insides. The journal lay open on my lap, its pages brittle and yellowed with age. The handwriting was shaky, rushed, like whoever had written it was in a hurry to get the words down before. The sword what? I didn't want to finish that thought. They're watching. That line was repeated several times across different entries. Each time, the handwriting grew more erratic, the ink blotchy as if the pen had trembled violently. The final entry was what really sent a shiver down my spine. I can hear it again, closer this time. If anyone finds this, don't look for me, just leave. The words were smudged, as though written with trembling hands. And then nothing. No date, no signature, just an abrupt end. My fingers gripped the edge of the journal tightly, and I felt my heartbeat quicken. The silence outside was unnerving. No rustling leaves, no distant animal calls, just an oppressive stillness. I pulled out my radio again, my fingers fumbling over the buttons. Daniels? Daniels? Can you hear me? Static. Nothing but static. I tried switching channels, adjusting the frequency, but it was useless. Every time, all I got was that same hollow crackle of dead air. For a moment, I closed my eyes and forced myself to think. Maybe it was just the thick canopy overhead interfering with the signal. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe the journal was nothing more than the ramblings of someone who'd spent too much time alone in these woods. I repeated those thoughts like a mantra, trying to convince myself. But deep down, I didn't believe a word of it. Something didn't feel right. The silence, the strange markings on the trees, the sounds I'd heard earlier. It all added up to something I couldn't explain, and that was the part that terrified me the most. I couldn't explain it. I couldn't rationalize it. All I had was a growing sense of being watched, of something unseen lurking just beyond the edge of perception. I took a deep breath and tried the radio again. Daniels, if you can hear me, I'm at an old outpost. I think I'm near Section 5. My radio's acting up, but if you get this, please respond. Silence, then a crackle. A faint, garbled voice came through the speaker. My heart leapt as I leaned in closer. CK, hear you? It was Daniel's voice, but distorted, broken, like it was being dragged through water. Daniels? It's Jack. I'm lost, and I think something's wrong out here. Can you hear me? Another crackle. The voice came again, this time clearer but unerringly flat, devoid of emotion. Stay where you are. Something about the tone made my skin crawl. It didn't sound like Daniel's. Sounded off as though someone or something was imitating his voice. My grip on the radio tightened as I fought the urge to throw it away. I wanted to believe it was him. I needed to believe it was him, but every instinct I had screamed at me that it wasn't. I tried again. Daniels, please, I need help. Can you hear me? Silence returned, sicker than before. I stared at the radio in my hand, willing it to come back to life, to offer me some kind of reassurance. But nothing happened, just that same cold, empty static. A sudden noise outside made me freeze. It wasn't the wind or an animal. It was deliberate, like footsteps. Slow, measured steps crunching on dead leaves. My pulse hammered in my ears as I carefully set the radio down and moved toward the window. I peered out, but the mist had thickened, cloaking everything beyond a few feet in a gray haze. The footsteps stopped. I held my breath, straining to hear anything else, but there was nothing, just silence. I felt trapped, like a cornered animal, every muscle in my body coiled tight, ready to spring at the slightest hint of movement. My mind raced with possibilities. Had Daniels actually sent a search party? Was it someone from the reserve? Or was it something else? A part of me wanted to stay put, to barricade the door and wait for daylight. But another part of me, the part gripped by growing fear, knew that staying here was a mistake. The journal's warning echoed in my mind. Just leave. Whoever had written those words had faced something out here. Something they hadn't been able to escape. I didn't want to end up like them. I grabbed my pat, slung it over my shoulder, and picked up the radio again. The cold metal felt heavier than before, as if it, too, sensed the weight of what was happening. Okay, Jack, I whispered to myself. You got yourself into this. Now get yourself out. As I stepped toward the door, I took one last look around the outpost. The decaying walls, the rotted furniture, the journal lying open on the floor. It all felt like a warning, a final plea from someone long gone. I opened the door slowly, the rusty hinges creaking loudly in the stillness. Outside, the air was colder, thicker with mist. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone, or something, waiting for me. But there was only the endless expanse of trees and shadows. I took a step forward, the ground crunching beneath my boots. And then, somewhere in the distance, I heard it again. That strange, faint sound. It was calling me. Night was falling fast, and with it the forest changed. What had been merely unsettling in daylight now felt hostile, alive. The thick canopy overhead blocked out what little light remained, plunging everything around me into a darkness so complete it felt like I'd stepped into another world. I could barely see more than a few feet ahead, and my flashlight's narrow beam only served to make the shadows seem deeper. I didn't want to leave the old outpost. A part of me felt safer there, as if those crumbling walls might somehow keep whatever was out there at bay. But staying meant waiting for night to fully settle in, and something told me that wasn't a good idea. The journal I found kept echoing in my mind, the frantic entries about being watched, followed, hunted. It didn't end with an explanation, just a sudden stop, as if the ranger who wrote it had vanished mid-sentence. I didn't want to find out how that story ended, not firsthand. "Okay, Jack, pull yourself together," I muttered, trying to sound braver than I felt. My voice was the only human thing in the oppressive silence, and it was oddly comforting. I took a deep breath, pocketed the journal, and stepped out into the cold night air. The forest greeted me with an unnatural stillness. No rustling leaves, no distant calls of wildlife, nothing. Just the soft crunch of my boots on the damp ground and the occasional creak of branches above me. I didn't know exactly where I was going, but staying still wasn't an option. My plan was simple. Head in what I hoped was the general direction of the marked trail. Keep moving and don't look back. I didn't want to know what might be lurking behind me. The first few minutes weren't so bad. My flashlight illuminated a narrow path ahead, cutting through the thick underbrush. The air smelled of pine and damp earth. Familiar scents that should have been comforting but weren't. Every step I took felt heavier than the last, like the forest was pressing down on me, daring me to keep going. Then I heard it again, that sound. It was faint at first, like a distant whisper carried by the wind. I stopped dead in my tracks, holding my breath, listening. The whispering grew louder, though I couldn't make out any words. It wasn't a language I recognized, just a low, rhythmic murmur, as if the forest itself was speaking. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice shaky. No response, just more whispering, echoing from all directions. I gripped my flashlight tighter and pressed on, my pulse pounding in my ears. The whispering seemed to follow me, always just out of sight, just beyond the edge of the light. I told myself it was just the wind, maybe some strange acoustics of the forest playing tricks on me. But deep down, I didn't believe that. A chill crept up my spine as I pushed deeper into the woods. The trees seemed closer now, their branches intertwining overhead like skeletal fingers. Shadows danced in my peripheral vision, shifting just beyond the reach of my flashlight. I kept my eyes forward, refusing to look. Looking meant acknowledging that something was out there watching, waiting. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. The whispering faded, replaced by an oppressive silence that was somehow worse. I could hear every breath I took, every crack of a twig beneath my feet. And then, without warning, I heard it. A new sound, closer this time. Footsteps. They were slow, deliberate, matching my pace perfectly. Whenever I stopped, they stopped. Whenever I moved, they moved. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to convince myself it was an echo, that it was just my own footsteps bouncing off the trees. But echoes don't follow you like that. I spun around, flashlight sweeping through the darkness. Nothing, just trees and shadows. "Get a grip, Jack," I whispered, though I wasn't sure who I was trying to convince, myself or whatever was out there. Panic started to creep in, cold and relentless. I didn't know how long I had been walking, but the forest seemed endless. I glanced at my watch, almost 8 p.m., but the time didn't seem to matter. Out here, it was like time had stopped altogether. The only thing that mattered was getting out, finding the trail, getting back to the safety of the ranger station. But every direction looked the same. Trees stretched endlessly in every direction, and the underbrush was thick and unyielding. My legs were starting to ache, but I couldn't stop. Not now. Not when I could still hear the faint crunch of leaves behind me, just far enough away to make me question if it was real. I don't know what possessed me to do it, but after a few more minutes of walking, I stopped abruptly and turned off my flashlight. Darkness swallowed me whole, and I stood there, barely breathing, listening. For a moment, there was nothing, just the pounding of my heart in my chest. Then, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps, closer now, almost right behind me. In that moment, I knew one thing for certain. I wasn't alone out here. I don't know how long I stayed holed up in that old ranger outpost, but when the last streaks of twilight faded behind the towering pines, I knew one thing. Staying here wasn't an option. The air inside felt thick, almost suffocating, as if the walls themselves were closing in on me. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, but stepping back out into the night felt just as dangerous. With a deep breath, I gathered my courage and opened the creaking door. Darkness greeted me like an old enemy, and the cold night air cut through my jacket. I flicked on my flashlight, the beam cutting a narrow path through the dense mist. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to keep moving. The forest was eerily silent, save for the sound of my boots crunching dead leaves beneath me. No animals, no wind, just my own ragged breathing and the faint hum of the flashlight. The beam flickered for a split second, and my heart leapt into my throat. I banged it against my palm, and thankfully, the light steadied. I couldn't afford for it to die on me. As I pushed forward, something felt off. The trees seemed closer together than before, their twisted branches interlocking above me like skeletal fingers. Shadows danced in my periphery, flitting just beyond the edge of my light. I tried to tell myself it was just the trees playing tricks on me. I wanted to believe that, but deep down I knew better. It wasn't long before the feeling of being watched returned, stronger than ever. It pressed against my back like an unseen weight, making every hair on my body stand on end. I tried to keep my pace steady, but my legs had a mind of their own, quickening with each step. Every time I turned around, there was nothing but darkness and trees. Then I heard it, footsteps, soft at first, barely more than a whisper against the forest floor. But they were there, unmistakable, echoing my own. I stopped dead in my tracks, holding my breath. The footsteps stopped too. Silence. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might burst out of my chest. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling despite my attempt to sound calm. The forest swallowed my words, offering no reply. I strained my ears, listening for any sign of life. Nothing, just a maddening silence. I forced myself to keep walking, though every instinct screamed at me to run. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something, a shadow. It was tall, impossibly tall, standing just beyond the reach of my flashlight's beam. I whipped the light toward it, but by the time the beam reached that spot, there was nothing there. The breath caught in my throat, and I felt the cold grip of fear tighten around my chest. I didn't wait to see if it would appear again. I bolted. Branches whipped at my face and arms as I ran blindly through the woods. The flashlight bobbed wildly in my hand, casting erratic beams of light that only heightened my panic. The footsteps were back, faster now, keeping pace with me. They weren't echoes anymore, they were real. Someone or something was chasing me. I don't know how long I ran. Time felt meaningless in that suffocating darkness. All I knew was that my lungs were burning, my legs screaming for me to stop, but I couldn't. Stopping wasn't an option, not when the footsteps were so close. At one point, I glanced over my shoulder, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever was following me. That idea. My foot caught on a root, and I went sprawling forward, the flashlight flying out of my hand and landing a few feet away. Pain shot up my leg as I hit the ground hard, but adrenaline pushed it to the back of my mind. I scrambled forward on all fours, grabbing the flashlight with trembling hands and swinging the beam wildly around me. Nothing, just trees and shadows, but I knew it was still there, watching, waiting. I tried to stand, but a sharp pain shot through my ankle. Twisted, maybe sprained. Great. I gritted my teeth and forced myself to limp forward, each step sending a jolt of pain through my leg. I couldn't stay here. I had to keep moving, no matter how much it hurt. As I hobbled deeper into the woods, I realized something horrifying. The footsteps had stopped. Whatever had been following me wasn't chasing anymore. It was waiting for what I didn't know, and I wasn't sure I wanted to find out. The oppressive silence returned, heavier than before. Every shadow felt like it was hiding something. Every tree felt like it was leaning toward me, watching. My breathing was loud in my ears, mixing with the rapid thud of my heartbeat. I don't know what terrified me more, the fact that something had been chasing me, or the fact that now it wasn't. I tried to focus on finding a way out, but the forest seemed endless. Every direction looked the same, every tree identical. My flashlight flickered again, and this time it didn't steady. The beam grew dimmer, weaker, until finally, it went out. Darkness swallowed me whole. I've never run this fast in my life. Each step feels like it's fueled by sheer panic. My breath coming in ragged gasps that burn my throat. The forest blurs around me. Dark chunks, twisted branches, the faint glimmer of moonlight piercing through the mist. I can barely see where I'm going, but I don't dare slow down. The footsteps behind me are steady, not rushed. Whoever or whatever is following me doesn't seem in a hurry. That's what scares me the most. I don't hear the crunch of leaves, only that soft, deliberate rhythm, like bare feet padding through the forest. It's too close. I glance over my shoulder. Nothing but shadows. Yet, I can feel it, this oppressive presence that seems to press against my back. It's like a weight, dragging my limbs down, making it harder to move. I force my legs to keep going, even as the uneven ground beneath me conspires to trip me up. I don't know how long I've been running. Time feels worked out here. The pounding of my heart echoes in my ears, drowning out all other sounds. The mist thickens, curling around the trees like spectral fingers, making it nearly impossible to see beyond a few feet ahead. Every twisted branch looks like an outstretched hand, ready to grab me. A branch snaps somewhere to my left. I whip my head around, half expecting to see something lunging toward me. But there's nothing, just more shadows and shifting darkness. My instincts scream at me to keep going, to not stop no matter what. But it's getting harder to ignore the nagging thought creeping into my mind. What if I'm not meant to get out? The thought sends a fresh wave of panic through me, and I push myself harder. My boots catch on roots and loose rocks, but I manage to stay upright, barely. The footsteps behind me continue, unchanging, unrelenting. They're not rushing. They don't need to. It's as if whoever's following me knows I'll tire out eventually. A flash of movement catches my eye, something just beyond the tree line. It's quick, too quick to focus on, but I swear I saw it. My mind races, trying to rationalize it. An animal? A trick of the light? I don't know anymore. I'm starting to feel like the forest itself is alive, watching, waiting for me to make a mistake. Suddenly, I hear something new, a whisper, soft, almost imperceptible, but it's there, carried by the wind. At first, I think it's in my head, a symptom of my growing fear, but the sound grows clearer, more distinct. It's not one voice, it's many, murmuring in a language I don't understand. I stumble to a halt, gasping for air, my legs trembling beneath me. The whispers surround me now, coming from every direction. I spin around, flashlight shaking in my hand, its weak beam barely cutting through the fog. Who's there? I shout, my voice cracking with fear. The forest swallows my words, offering no answer except for the whispers, growing louder, more insistent. Then the footsteps stop. The sudden silence is deafening. My breath catches in my throat as I strain to listen. The whispers fade, replaced by the sound of my pounding heartbeat. I scan the trees, the beam of my flashlight quivering as I try to steady my hand. There's nothing I can see anyway, but the feeling remains, that suffocating, undeniable sense that I'm not alone. And then, just ahead of me, something shifts. It's subtle, like a shadow detaching itself from the darkness. My flashlight flickers, casting erratic beams across the trees. I catch a glimpse of movement again. Too fast, too unnatural. Whatever it is, it's not human. I don't wait to find out what happens next. I run. This time, I don't bother trying to be careful. Branches slap against my face. Roots snag at my boots, but I don't stop. The forest feels alive around me, closing in, shifting with every step. I no longer care about direction. I just want to get away. My lungs burn, and my vision blurs with tears of fear and exhaustion. But I keep going. I don't know if I'll outrun it. I don't know if it's even possible to escape something like this. But one thing is certain. I can't let it catch me. I don't remember exactly when I started running, or when fear turned into pure survival instinct. All I knew was that the forest was wrong. It wasn't just the darkness or the trees. Something out there wanted me to know I wasn't alone. Every step I took felt heavier, as if the ground itself was conspiring to hold me back. The shadows seemed to move faster than my flashlight could keep up. I pointed the beam ahead, desperate to find something, anything, that resembled a path. But the light only revealed more of the same. Gnarled roots, twisted branches, and endless trees. My breath came in short, ragged gasps, fogging the cold air in front of me. I didn't dare look behind me. The footsteps were still there, just far enough away to keep me guessing. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath me. My foot caught on something. A thick root hidden beneath a layer of dead leaves, and I fell hard. Pain shot through my ankle as I landed awkwardly, my body slamming into the cold, damp earth. I tried to stand, but a sharp, stabbing sensation forced me back down. Damn it! I hissed through clenched teeth, clutching my ankle. The pain was intense, radiating up my leg with every movement. I tried again, slower this time, but the result was the same. I couldn't put any weight on it. I was stuck, alone, injured, lost in a forest that didn't want me there. For a few moments, I just sat there in the dirt, trying to catch my breath and calm the rising panic. The footsteps had stopped. The silence pressed down on me like a heavy blanket, thick and suffocating. I scanned my surroundings, my flashlight flickering slightly as I moved it from side to side. "Hello," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. It was stupid, I knew no one would answer. But in that moment, hearing my own voice was better than the oppressive silence. There was no response, just the distant creak of the trees swaying in the wind. I needed to move. Staying here wasn't an option. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I crawled forward, using my hands to pull myself across the forest floor. Every inch was a struggle. Twigs snapped beneath me, leaves crunched loudly, and the cold mud clung to my clothes. Part of me wanted to scream, not from pain but from frustration, fear, and sheer hopelessness. I had gotten myself into this mess because I couldn't resist stepping off the trail, because I thought I could handle a little unknown. Now, I wasn't sure I'd ever get out. Then I heard it again, that sound, low, distant, like a whisper carried by the wind. It wasn't words, at least not words I could understand, but it felt deliberate, like it was meant for me. I froze, my breath hitching in my throat. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. I turned my flashlight toward the direction of the sound, but all it illuminated was more trees, their trunks casting long, sinister shadows. "Keep moving," I muttered to myself, forcing my body forward. Every pull of my arms sent a dull ache through my injured ankle, but I didn't care. The whispering grew louder, closer. I could feel it pressing against my mind, making it harder to focus. I don't know how long I crawled like that. Minutes? Hours? Time had lost all meaning in this nightmare. Just when I thought I couldn't go any farther, I spotted a break in the trees ahead. Clearing. Relief flooded through me like a jolt of electricity. Maybe I could get a signal on my radio out in the open. With a final burst of effort, I dragged myself into the clearing and collapsed onto my back, staring up at the dark sky above. The trees formed a dense ring around the open space, their branches reaching toward each other like skeletal hands. I pulled the radio from my belt, my fingers trembling as I fumbled with the controls. "Daniels, anyone, this is Jack," unheard. I need help, I said, my voice shaking. Static crackled in response. I tried again, adjusting the frequency slightly. This time, I heard something. A voice, faint and distorted, breaking through the static. Jack, chant, there. Relief washed over me for a split second, but it quickly faded as I realized something was off. The voice didn't sound quite right. It was too slow, too stretched, and there was something else beneath it. A faint, almost rhythmic whispering that sent chills down my spine. Daniels? Is that you? I asked, my voice trembling. No response, just the faint crackle of static and that whispering, growing louder, more insistent. I lowered the radio, my heart pounding in my chest. I wasn't alone. Something was out there, watching me from beyond the ring of trees, and it wasn't going to let me leave. I crawled forward, gritting my teeth against the sharp pain in my ankle. Every movement sent a jolt of agony through my leg, but stopping wasn't an option. The silence around me was suffocating, pressing against my ears like a heavy weight. The forest, once filled with rustling leaves and distant animal calls, had become eerily still. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. My flashlight flickered, casting long, jittery shadows across the trees. I hated those shadows. They seemed to dance just beyond my vision, as if something or someone was hiding in them, waiting for the right moment to strike. I told myself it was just my imagination, but deep down I wasn't so sure. I reached into my pocket, pulling out the radio with trembling hands. I thumbed the switch. Daniels, come in. Please come in, I whispered, my voice barely audible, even to myself. Static crackled in response, filling the air with its harsh, grating sound. For a moment I thought it was hopeless, that I'd never make contact. But then, through the static, I heard something. A voice. Jack? The word was distorted, barely recognizable, but it was enough to make my heart leap. Jack, can you hear me? I scrambled to hold the radio closer, ignoring the pain in my ankle. Yes, I can hear you. Daniels, I'm lost. I don't know where I am. I need help. My voice cracked on the last word, betraying the fear I was trying so hard to suppress. There was a pause, a long, unnerving pause, the kind that makes your skin crawl because it feels wrong. Stay calm, the voice said, but something about it wasn't right. The words were slow, deliberate, like someone trying too hard to sound normal. We are coming. My grip tightened on the radio. The voice sounded like Daniel's, but it didn't. There was something off about the tone, a hollow echo that shouldn't have been there. I wanted to believe it was him. I needed to believe it was him, but doubt gnawed at the edges of my mind. Where are you? I asked, my voice shaky. Can you see my signal? I don't know where the trail is. Another long pause. The static crackled again, louder this time, like a wave crashing over the voice on the other end. When Daniels, or whatever was pretending to be Daniels, spoke again, it sent a chill down my spine. Keep moving forward. The words were mechanical, almost robotic, and they didn't answer my question. You will find us. Something wasn't right. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to turn off the radio and run. But where would I go? I was lost, injured, and alone in the middle of a forest that felt more alive and more hostile than it should have. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breathing. Okay, I said hesitantly, not knowing what else to do. I'm moving, clutching the radio in one hand and the flashlight in the other. I dragged myself forward, each inch feeling like a mile. My heart pounded in my chest, every beat echoing in my ears. The radio hissed softly, the static rising and falling like the rhythm of some unseen thing's breath. As I crawled, the trees around me seemed to close in tighter, their twisted branches forming grotesque shapes in the dim light. I told myself it was just my imagination, but it didn't help. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was out there, just beyond the reach of my flashlight. And then I heard it again, The voice. Jack, we're waiting. It wasn't coming from the radio this time. It was coming from the trees. I don't remember how long I crawled through that dense underbrush. Minutes, hours, maybe. Time didn't feel real anymore. Every muscle in my body screamed with exhaustion, and my twisted ankle throbbed with every painful inch I dragged myself forward. The cold, damp earth clung to my hands and knees, and the scent of pine and decaying leaves filled my nostrils, making it hard to breathe. But I couldn't stop. Not now. Not when I could hear voices crackling faintly through the radio clasped tightly in my hand. Daniel's voice, familiar, comforting, and yet off somehow, like the sound was being filtered through something unnatural. Jack, are you there? Evu. I pressed the button with trembling fingers, struggling to keep my voice steady. I'm here. I'm lost. Hurt my ankle. Can't walk. I think I'm near the trail. The radio crackled again, but Daniel's response came distorted. Yubbies. For a moment, it didn't even sound human. More like the forest itself was imitating his voice. Goosebumps prickled my skin, but I had no choice. That signal, warped or not, was my lifeline. I kept crawling, ignoring the sharp branches that scraped my face and hands. The mist was thicker here, swirling low around the forest floor like ghostly fingers. Every few moments, I glanced behind me, half expecting to see something or someone emerge from the darkness. But there was nothing, just shadows shifting in the corners of my vision, taunting me with their silence. Then I heard it, faint but unmistakable voices calling my name. Jack Foster. It wasn't coming from the radio this time. It was real, echoing through the trees, growing louder with each passing second. Relief washed over me, but it was laced with something else. Doubt. Could it really be them? Or was it just another trick of this damned forest? I hesitated. My instincts screamed at me not to trust anything out here. But what choice did I have? If I stayed where I was, I'd either freeze or bleed out. With a deep breath, I gathered what little strength I had left and forced myself forward. The voices grew clearer. I could make out distinct tones now, Daniel's and at least two others. My heart pounded in my chest, both from fear and hope. I wanted to believe it was them. I needed to believe it. Here, I shouted, my voice hoarse and weak. I'm here. A flashlight beam cut through the fog ahead, and I nearly sobbed in relief. A moment later, I saw them. Daniels and two other rangers, their expressions tense and worried as they rushed toward me. Jack, we've got you, Daniel said, kneeling beside me. His voice was steady, solid. Real. Jesus, kid, you look like hell. I couldn't help but let out a shaky laugh, more from sheer exhaustion than anything else. You have no idea. They helped me to my feet, and the pain in my ankle flared so intensely that I almost blacked out. Careful, one of the other rangers said as he slung my arm over his shoulder. We need to get you back to the station. As they led me back through the woods, I couldn't stop glancing over my shoulder. The forest was silent again, but it didn't feel right. Felt watchful, like something was out there, hidden just beyond the mist, observing us. Daniels must have noticed my unease because he gave my shoulder a reassuring squeeze. You're safe now, Jack. We've been looking for you all night. Thanks, I muttered, though I wasn't entirely sure I believed him. Safe? Maybe from the elements, but from whatever had been stalking me in that forest? I wasn't so sure. As we made our way back to the trail, I thought I heard something, just faint enough to be mistaken for the wind. That same strange sound I'd heard before, whispering through the trees, distant but unmistakable. I didn't mention it to the others. They wouldn't believe me. Hell, I wasn't sure I believed it myself. All I knew was that something out there had been watching me, and as much as I wanted to believe I was out of danger, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. Not yet. I could barely feel my legs as they helped me up. My body was numb. a mix of exhaustion and pain dulling every sensation. Yet my mind remained on high alert, caught between relief and paranoia. Ranger Daniels and the two others, men whose names I couldn't remember, spoke to me in calm, measured tones, but their words felt distant, like they were coming from underwater. I didn't care what they were saying. I was out of that cursed forest, or at least I thought I was. The hike back felt longer than it should have, or maybe that was just my fractured sense of time playing tricks on me. Each step sent a jolt of pain through my ankle, but I didn't dare complain. I wanted to be as far away from that place as possible. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Daniels walked ahead of me, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, while the others flanked me, ensuring I didn't collapse again. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking in the shadows, but all I saw were trees, silent and still, too still. "You're lucky we found you when we did," Daniel said over his shoulder, his voice steady but lacking the warmth I expected. "We were just about to call off the search for the night." I nodded weakly, not trusting myself to speak yet. "Mati," that word rattled around in my head like a loose bolt. Mati. Was it luck that brought them to me, or had something been guiding me toward them? Something I didn't want to acknowledge? As we walked, I noticed the forest thinning out, the towering pines giving way to shorter, sparser trees. The mist seemed to lift slightly, though the air still felt heavy, like it clung to my skin. I didn't realize how tense I was until we broke through the tree line, and I saw the dim glow of the ranger station ahead. I should have felt safe, but instead, a strange unease settled over me. My breath hitched as I stepped onto solid ground again, out of the wilderness and into what should have been familiar territory. But everything looked different. The air smelled wrong, too clean, too artificial. The wind barely stirred, as if afraid to disturb the silence. "You okay, Chid?" Daniels asked, turning to face me. His eyes were kind, but there was something off about his expression. Or maybe it was just my imagination. God knows my mind wasn't exactly reliable after what I'd been through. "Yeah," I croaked, my voice hoarse from hours of silence and fear. "Just tired." He gave a curt nod and gestured for me to follow him inside. The others dispersed without a word, heading toward the bunkhouse. The door to the ranger station creaked open, and I stepped into the warm glow of the interior lights. It should have felt comforting, but instead, it felt sterile, lifeless. Daniels handed me a bottle of water and sat across from me at the small wooden table. "Want to tell me what happened out there?" I hesitated, the weight of his question pressing down on me. I opened my mouth, ready to spill everything. The strange sounds, the footsteps that never belonged to anything I could see, the overwhelming feeling of being watched. But something stopped me. I didn't know if it was fear or something else, something more primal. "I got lost," I said finally, my voice barely above a whisper. "Went off the trail, heard sounds, thought I could find my way back, but I couldn't." Daniels raised an eyebrow but didn't push me for more details. "You're not the first to lose your way out there. That section of the forest can mess with your head if you're not careful." He leaned back in his chair, folding his arms across his chest. "We've had incidents before." Incidents? My heart skipped a beat at the word. I wanted to ask him what he meant, but something about his tone told me I wouldn't get a straight answer. Instead, I sipped the water, letting the silence stretch between us. "You should get some rest," Daniel said after a while, standing up and grabbing his flashlight from the table. "We'll talk more in the morning." I nodded, grateful for the excuse to end the conversation. He left, leaving me alone in the dimly lit room. The hum of the overhead lights filled the quiet, but it wasn't enough to drown out the sound of my own heartbeat, still pounding in my ears. I should have felt safe. I was back at the station, surrounded by familiar walls and people who knew these woods better than anyone. But that feeling of being watched hadn't left me. It clung to me like a second skin, refusing to let go. I got up, limping slightly as I made my way to the window. Outside, the forest loomed, dark and impenetrable. I stared into the shadows, half expecting to see something staring back. For a moment, I thought I heard it again. That strange, distant sound that had lured me off the trail in the first place. But when I strained my ears, all I heard was the wind. Shaking my head, I backed away from the window and made my way to the small bunk room. I lay down on the narrow cot, pulling the thin blanket over me. Exhaustion pulled at my body, but my mind refused to rest. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those endless trees, felt the cold breath of the forest on my neck. Eventually, sleep came, but it wasn't peaceful. It was shallow, restless, filled with half-formed dreams of shadows and whispers. And somewhere, in the back of my mind, a single thought repeated itself over and over. I don't think I really made it out. I sat on the warm cot in the ranger station's back room, the thin mattress creaking beneath my weight. My leg throbbed from the twisted ankle, wrapped hastily in a bandage one of the other rangers had given me. Daniels and the rest of the search party had left me alone to rest, their concerned faces still lingering in my mind. I wanted to tell them everything, about the strange sounds, the shifting shadows, the feeling of being hunted. But how could I? I barely understood it myself. The room was dim, illuminated only by a flickering fluorescent light overhead. Outside the window, the dense forest loomed in the darkness, an endless expanse of black pines shrouded in mist. I tried to convince myself I was safe. I was back. I had made it out, but something didn't feel right. I leaned back against the cold wall, trying to steady my breath. My heartbeat was still too fast, a remnant of the fear that had gripped me out there. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw shadows moving just beyond the edge of my vision. Every creak of the building or rustle of the wind outside made my pulse spike. I told myself it was just my imagination, a lingering effect of being lost and scared in the forest. Yet deep down, I knew it was something more. The forest wasn't done with me. As if on cue, a faint sound reached my ears, a low, distant whisper carried by the wind. My eyes snapped open, and I sat up straight, straining to listen. It was the same sound I had heard before, deep in the woods. The same sound that had lured me off the trail and into the nightmare I had barely escaped from. I must have been imagining it. The mind plays tricks after a trauma like that, right? At least that's what I tried to believe. But the sound didn't stop. It grew ever so slightly louder, like it was creeping closer. A shiver ran down my spine, cold as the night air seeping through the cracked window. I got up, wincing at the sharp pain in my ankle, and limped toward the window. Pressing my face to the cold glass, I peered outside. The forest lay silent, unmoving, bathed in the pale light of the moon. Nothing stirred. No shadows shifted unnaturally. No footsteps echoed from the trees. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. My fingers tightened on the windowsill as I scanned the tree line, searching for any sign of movement. I saw nothing, but the whispering persisted, growing just loud enough to be heard but not loud enough to be understood. It was like the forest was speaking in a language only it knew, calling me back. I backed away from the window, my heart pounding again. "It's over," I whispered to myself. "You're safe now," to just in your head. But even as I said it, I didn't believe it. The forest didn't feel distant, felt close, too close. I sat back down on the cot, trying to calm my racing thoughts. Maybe it really was just the wind, or my mind trying to make sense of everything I'd been through. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something, a flicker of movement outside the window. My breath caught in my throat, and I turned to look, but there was nothing there. Just the same dark expanse of trees, standing tall and silent. I didn't sleep that night. How could I? Every creak, every rustle of the wind set my nerves on edge. I lay there, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling, listening. The whispering never stopped. It faded in and out, as if circling the station, taunting me. By dawn, the forest was quiet again. The pale light of morning seeped through the window, casting long shadows across the room. I should have felt relieved. I should have felt safe. But all I felt was that same gnawing unease, the feeling that something had followed me back. And as I hobbled out of the station later that morning, ready to report in and head home, I heard it again, faint and distant, like a voice carried on the wind, whispering from the depths of the forest. It wasn't over. Not really. The forest had let me go, but it hadn't forgotten me. It was watching, waiting, whispering, and deep down I knew it would call me back someday. And when it did, I wasn't sure if I'd escape a second time.